really captures people's attention, but it can be pretty destructive, and trying to detect this thing is the biggest challenge because it looks like mud splats, and it loves to travel on trucks and railroad cars, and that's why it's really exploded there in the Northeast Corridor, where a few years ago it was a few vineyards in Pennsylvania, and then it's wherever the transportation corridors are, you can just see how it has spread. I really want to thank Mark McLaughlin and the leadership of our plant health division because they've really activated a scientific panel. They created an action plan several months ago. They've been engaging with industry, and that has led to extensive involvement with all of the states and working with APHIS very closely. So really proud of the work that they've done. It doesn't mean we won't get it, but it's so much better to plan ahead. And that's one thing we've learned in our all of government responding to almost continuous emergencies over the last decade, is that having plans in place and knowing who does what when you have to activate those plans can make all the difference in the world. It helps you with your communications, which is where things really do start to fall apart. So speaking of emergency responses, I'm sure you all recall, though it seems like a long time ago, the very tight energy situation we had after the last meeting. The citizens of the state responded. There's only so many times you can do those kinds of alerts, but it really did make a difference. And again, that was because of a lot of planning that had been done, knowing what we would have to do under a variety of scenarios. And I'm looking right at Bryce because he's going to say, and what about our water year and planning ahead in the same way? We're going to have to take that up with Carla Namath, I think, Bryce. I know what you're talking about, though. I did want to touch on a couple of things. Glenda is here. I thought we had a fantastic meeting. We've been really wanting to work for several years now on having a seamless handoff, whether it was a resource conservation district, a nonprofit who's being funded for technical assistance on climate smart ag, NRCS, CDFA, or all of the fabulous people within Cooperative Extension and UC A&R. We did a big kickoff meeting last month, and great attendance, great discussion. It's, again, it's one of those things like, how do we all train up and be equally conversant on whether it's your program or somebody else's program to really make sure that we're maximizing on all the dollars that are coming out for climate smart agriculture, that we've got the languages, that we've got the CBOs that are really about the cultural connections to really make sure that these programs and services and grant dollars are made available throughout the state of California. So that was a great meeting, and I know we have some follow-up on that, but really appreciated all the work that went into that. We had a historical climate package that was signed in Vallejo. Who knew that the U.S. Forest Service has such a fabulous facility overlooking the bay, and it's 100% renewable energy from their solar installation, so it became a good place to do that. We also finished the session with some additional investment in water, including another $60 million, so we'll have a total of $100 million for on-farm water use efficiency. And we are doing something that I'm very excited about. We are doing listening sessions and are proposing that for healthy soils and for on-farm water use efficiency, that we really look at putting these out as block grants to organizations. I think this could be a very effective way of helping our I always do acronyms, our groundwater sustainability agencies really achieve some of their water savings by really focusing on some targeted areas. We know, and we spent a lot of time this month on Colorado River issues and some of the needs from Imperial County. Obviously, lots of things in the Klamath and other places, but
recording in progress.
We have been looking at the administrative time. We're unlike other agencies where they are putting out hundreds of millions of dollars, but it goes out in chunks of 50, 80, 100 million at a time. We put ours out in thousands of contracts at $200,000 at a time, and administratively, we don't think that makes as much sense as how we could leverage the good work of all of the agencies that we work with. So we've had good response so far, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to launch that program. And we also think this might be a way of getting money to work on the ground faster by putting it out this way. So we're going into an experimental phase, but I'm pretty excited about the opportunity to do that and work with all of our groups. Had a great meeting earlier, late last month. First Partner wanted to reconvene us on our Farm to School program, especially with the new funding that's being invested in that. We had hoped to have the announcement of this year's funding of $30 million for farm to school grants on the Innovation Grant Program. We are so overwhelmed with applications, way oversubscribed, that we're still doing the technical reviews on that. But that's how interested people are on this whole program. We're also looking at other programs that are really focused on our youth and underserved communities as far as getting outdoors. So it's really a combination of the whole child approach, which is pretty neat to be able to be in that position. The last thing I wanted to close on is a couple of things that we're doing with my National Association of State Departments of Agriculture. It's heavy on my mind because I was just there last week, and it was really good to see all my colleagues from across the country because it's been 2.5 years since we've all been in a meeting together. We had a great meeting that was hosted by Ag Commissioner Richard Ball, who farms just an hour away from Saratoga Springs, and he furnished all of the vegetables for our President's Dinner at the end of our conference. I will again serve as chair of the Food Safety and Nutrition Committee. I've been chairing that committee for 3 years now. I also play a leading role in the Food Safety Modernization Act working group, which I spent almost all day Wednesday meeting with leadership from FDA on some of our FSMA issues. Sorry, Chris, I hate to be looking at you, but we have a lot to talk about. And I had the pleasure, he couldn't attend in person, but I had the pleasure of interviewing the FDA commissioner, and that was shown at one of our plenary sessions. There were a couple questions I was really interested in talking to him about. One is, does he really view states as co-regulators and the relationship that takes, and that, after 8 years, we've learned a lot. What else do we need to do to take a deep dive into the program and how it's working with our cooperative agreements? But the most interesting question was the last one because of all the people that are coming to us looking for solutions on enteric fermentation. Mike? There are some products that have been in the pipeline waiting for FDA approval, and there's some products that are getting teed up for that. He gave a very thoughtful and positive answer on if it can be registered as a feed additive, a supplement. It goes through a food and feed registration process, which is only like 2 years in time, as opposed if it's drug and has drug activity, it can take as long as 10 years to get those products through. And given the pressures on all of us with the methane reduction pledge globally that was signed last year after COP, this is really important for us, and I really appreciated his answer to that, recognizing how important this is and that there are products that are used in other countries that have not yet been approved here. So it's one to keep an eye on, but I'm looking at Mike because we're starting to get more and more inquiries from industry itself. The dairymen are being approached by people who have something they want to offer, but they say it will make the reductions, but the claims cannot be validated because it hasn't been registered as such by FDA. So it's a really important piece of our puzzle. And I will just close on that note that there were a lot of climate smart partnership grants that were announced several weeks ago. There are a lot of great projects that didn't get funded, including one from CDFA in partnership with ANR, and it was a really great proposal, but there are pieces of that I'm bound and determined we can get funded. Yeah. But there were collectively, there were, I think, 13 or 14 that were about fruits and vegetables. And when we added up those that have some connection to California partners, over $800 million of those grant dollars, that'll really help us collect data, do the measurement of what we're looking for on that. And the big one for California was an $85 million grant to the California Dairy Research Foundation, really looking at all of the potential solutions on advanced technologies for manure recycling byproducts as we continue to deal not only with methane, but our nitrate issues. It really is a good complement to the task force, because only in California do we have a manure byproducts and manure recycling task force to find answers to this really important nutrient. Right, Mike? Right. So we're going to find answers. That $85 million is going to help a lot. So looking forward to partnering with the Research Foundation on that. And with that, we have a number of, pest infestations. It's fruit fly season, but staff is doing a terrific job on that. So I'll leave it at that and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you so much, Secretary Rossum, for keeping an eye on that beautiful bug. Looks can be deceiving. I'm interested in the response that you got to the question of states being co-regulators. I think that is a very fascinating concept.
It is. And of course, we all have challenges, and the bigger the organization, the deeper the bureaucracy. And you can say things from the corner office, so to speak. I bet corporations have some of those same issues. I don't know. But is it carried through all the way down? And is there a true culture of that? I am very confident, based on all the leadership meetings that I had and a number of one-on-one conversations, that the commitment is there. Some of the things we've learned is some of the cuts that were made to our proposals on cooperative agreements aren't funding some of the things that we really need to have. An example for us is upgrading our database so that all of these silos of information that we have can be pulled together and talk to each other, which would better inform decisions. I mean, it's those kinds of investments. I will say that the commissioner enjoys mocking me for being from California because he worked at Alphabet before he went back to FDA. And he's like, "You're California." And I'm like, "Yeah, but like most states, we haven't historically invested in IT, and now we're paying for it." So it's learning those kinds of things and being honest with one another and being willing to have tough conversations. But they recognize, and it's true, the vast majority of food safety inspections, including the audits, but just inspections generally, are carried out at the state level. They're not, we are the boots on the ground, and so we just have to be honest. We have to be forthcoming on our findings, and continue to collaborate and identify priorities for how we do this. I'm hopeful that at some point we'll get to a place where, with all the audits that growers have already, there might be a way of leveraging that and affirming those so that we can get even more data to show us when we have problems how we can find what the problem is faster. It's a very important area.
So I know you just all love it when I bring up broadband,
Uh-huh.
but for me, food safety is one of the key reasons why we need in-field connectivity so that we can presumably stop a food safety problem in the field as opposed to waiting until it's in distribution.
I think that's an important consideration. I will also say a lot of people put everything in the field and take it back and download it. It's not like there's no opportunity to capture real-time data. It's going back to an office, and a vast majority of the people that I talk to have either done that or they're doing satellite. So I honestly don't think that in and of itself is an issue as much as some of our water issues and other things. But I appreciate that point of view.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that your point about the data and not being able to really use it
Yeah.
in a robust way is critical. This was actually a key topic at a meeting I had with all the vice chancellors of research from across the UC system yesterday. UC received $100 million on climate from the state legislature. We're going to be putting out an RFP soon to look for projects that help with dealing with climate. And that is one of the issues the VCRs are looking for. So I'd like to work with various folks to put together some sort of proposal that would help us, because we talked about the need to do that on various information sources.
That's great. Okay.
Real quick one. Yep, real quick. Secretary, just briefly off script, how would you summarize the Farm Bill listening sessions, and what's the next step?
So sorry, I had that written down. So we finished 7 listening sessions, and thank you all. The Central Coast was well represented at our meeting 2 weeks ago in Salinas. And I think we did about 14, like by commodity and region roundtables, as well as some one-on-ones. So all of that's being summarized yet this month. We had hoped to do it last month, but we thought it was more important to get a couple more public sessions. And we have already started the work across agency, because what we will be doing is compiling what would be a Newsom administration communication to Congress with the priorities of the state of California. So it uses Health and Human Services, EPA, Natural Resources Agency, as well as CDFA. So really good participation. There are some really strong themes, and you probably heard some of those when it comes especially to the nutrition title and food security and food access, as well as people really urging that we look at what worked well, because there are things that did work well, especially on food access issues during COVID, that would be things that we would want to make permanent. And so that's where a lot of the discussion was. Obviously, the conservation title has taken on a new level of importance with climate change. And then a lot of discussion, especially at the roundtables, of how disaster response for many of our commodities still doesn't work very well. And given how many 100 or 500-year events we've had, all concurrently happening almost, I think it's an area that we really need to take a look at. And the importance of crop insurance, that takes nothing away from that, but crop insurance for the many commodities we have isn't always the best answer when we have the kinds of disasters that we're responding to. So I'm hoping that our letter will be done by the end of the month. Michelle?
Thank you. Thanks for the briefing too, and just on the Farm Bill listening sessions of the last, I really appreciated going to Urban
great.
Health, and I thought that was terrific. So thank you again, Doria. I guess a couple questions. You mentioned the climate package, the whole suite of bills being signed a couple weeks ago, and just one, is there a plan for doing some kind of briefing or presentation? It might be interesting to have that as part of one of our discussions and meetings. And then the climate conference is coming up. You mentioned that briefly, and I don't know if this will be covered at the next board meeting, but it'll be pretty close for when the climate conference starts.
Right.
I'm just curious if you plan to go, if there's anything.
Just had
that
that
you can
discussion with
share.
the governor's office on Friday, and the governor's office heard me talking. Sorry. Yes, right now I'm planning to attend, trying to look at the best days to really maximize our participation and ways of raising up our messages. So I can't tell you right now, Michelle, how many of us from Cabinet will be there, but there will be a California presence. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Secretary. That was really informative, really covered a lot of topics. There's always something going on in California with ag, no question.
The ag is the nexus of everything.
It is. Well, we're going to start our presentations today. I think you'll find them really informative and interesting. We're going to start with climate change, acidification, and California. We have Jonathan Overpeck with the University of Michigan online with us. Professor Overpeck is an interdisciplinary climate scientist and the Samuel A. Graham Dean of the School of Environment and Sustainability at the University of Michigan. Overpeck has written over 220 published works on climate and the environmental sciences, served as a working group one coordinating lead author for the Nobel Prize-winning IPCC fourth assessment in 2007, and also as a working group 2 lead author for the IPCC fifth assessment 2014. Other awards include the U.S. Department of Commerce gold and bronze medals, a Guggenheim Fellowship, the Walter Orr Roberts Award of the American Meteorological Society, and the Quivira Coalition's Radical Center Award for his work with rural ranchers and land managers. He has led active climate research programs on 5 continents. His research is focused on understanding drought and megadrought dynamics and risk the world over, and has served as the lead investigator of climate assessment for the Southwest and the Southwest Climate Science Center. So with that introduction, welcome, and glad to have you with us today.
Hey, it's my pleasure to join you today. And it's always interesting to listen in on a California board meeting where the dollar amounts seem to always have a couple more decimals. You're lucky. On the other hand, I know California is getting hammered pretty hard with climate, and it's really impressive seeing what you're trying to do. I want to make sure everyone can see my slide.
Yes, they're up and look good.
Are you getting the the big one, just one slide, the cover slide?
Yes.
Okay, all good, because on my other screen has the presenter
Well-
view. Okay. Yes, sir.
No.
Okay. So what I'd like to do today is really in 20 minutes give you a sense of what's going on with the climate. I think things are changing dramatically, obviously, in the climate world, but they're also changing in the science world. Our understanding of why things are drying out. And the term I coined in a recent paper was aridification, is something that the scientific community is starting to really embrace. And I want to explain why. And of course, it has a lot of implications for California water. So I'll be tying in what's going on in the Colorado. And my background here is a place in the southern Colorado Rockies where I have a cabin. It is the headwaters of water that people in Southern California are drinking, or people in the Imperial Valley are using to grow the crops that we all eat. So we have to be very careful here to use the water wisely. Let's just see, there's always a little snag when you're giving a talk. Here we go. So what I want to do first is I want to just highlight, obviously, wildfire is no stranger to California. And indeed, the whole planet seems to be burning much more readily, all the way up to the Arctic Circle, all the way down into the Amazon and equatorial Africa, into the Southern Hemisphere. And of course, the wildfire season now is year-round, if you include Australia and Southern South America. It's bad, and it's part of the climate crisis. But I want to highlight in this talk that we not only have wildfire, but we have increasing numbers and severity of heat waves, droughts and mega droughts, and hurricanes. And Ian, that just hit Florida, is a great example. Hurricane Harvey's an even more sort of compelling example of what climate change is doing to all of these phenomena. You know, we used to call them natural disasters. Now they are supercharged disasters, supercharged by climate. And obviously that's what they all have in common. But the thing that I want you all to realize is that they have warming in common. Often when you're talking about drought, you're thinking, oh, a time period when it doesn't rain. And that certainly is has been and always will be a big component of drought. It turns out, though, that warming is making the droughts a lot worse, more frequent and persistent. We will talk about that in this presentation, but I wanted to highlight that the same warming is what's leading to more wildfires, more heat waves, obviously, and much worse tropical cyclone or hurricane disasters. And the only reason I'm highlighting this is because we have near perfect confidence in the scientific community that as long as we continue to put greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide, methane, nitrous oxides, fertilizers and things, and others into the atmosphere, as long as we put these greenhouse gases in the atmosphere, it will continue to warm. And as long as we continue to warm, all of these natural disasters, quote unquote natural, will continue to worsen. They're no longer just natural. So
Professor Overbeck, this is Josh. I apologize for interrupting. You're still in kind of presentation mode versus kind of the full screen mode, so I don't know if you're able to switch on that. Our apologies.
Oh, great. Yeah, I can do that. I didn't hear you say that. I'm sorry. How's this?
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, good. You got to see the slide coming up. That's pretty exciting. So the point here, though, is a lot of times people talk, oh, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know, there's uncertainty, this and that. With warming, there's no uncertainty. We know what's causing it. We know it will continue as long as we put greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. And now we know warming makes all of these natural disasters much less natural. Okay, now I got to figure out how to advance slides, and I messed with my screen. How much warming have we had so far? 1 degree C, so almost 2 degrees Fahrenheit. And you can see a pattern here where we have thermometers going back to 1880. They're colors, and obviously in the poles we didn't have thermometers back in the 1880s. But most of the world we did. And you can see where it's been warming. The warming is not the same everywhere, even though the Earth average warming has been about 1 degree C or 2 degrees Fahrenheit. It's been much more at higher northern latitudes and over land. So that's something to bear in mind. But the most important point I'm trying to make here is that we've had about 1 degree C warming, and we're living, this summer was really amazing around the Northern Hemisphere. Heat waves, drought, wildfire crises, major floods. All of this is related in part to this warming, okay? And if we don't stop climate change, of course, it will get a lot more than 1 degree C warming, and therefore can just multiply the magnitude and the impact of these extreme events by some integer that could go up to 4. If we really fail to rein in climate change, it could warm by 4 degrees. What's going on? Why is warming affecting the hydrologic cycle? That's what you're interested in. That's what I was asked to talk about. The water cycle. And the big key thing here to know is that as the atmosphere warms, we knew long ago it should hold more moisture. Now we can actually measure that. And the atmosphere is indeed, on average, holding a lot more moisture, 7% more per degree C warming. And that's why Hurricane Ian, you might have already read the news, rained about 10% more because of the warming that we've had. And of course, the storm surge was bigger, the storm was bigger, the storm intensified faster. There were a lot of other impacts of climate change on a hurricane, but one of them is it's raining harder. And you're like, well, what about drought? That's a good question. Okay. So that means, let's go to the next slide. All right. This means also that we should have more frequent, longer, and more severe droughts. Because when the meteorological conditions are right for rain, it's going to rain harder. But a lot of the times, meteorological conditions are not conducive to rainfall or snowfall. And instead, the atmosphere is trying to get more moisture rather than release more moisture. Over the oceans, there's unlimited supply of moisture, but over land, there's not that much moisture in the land surface for the atmosphere to get, yet the atmosphere wants it, it demands it. So where is it getting it? It's getting it from open bodies of water, such as reservoirs or lakes, streams, but it's getting a lot more from soil and from vegetation. And probably everyone in the room knows that plants have to photosynthesize, and because of that, they have small pores in their leaves or needles or whatever, and they take in carbon dioxide. Well, water is being lost through those same pores, and that water is being drawn out of the soil in some cases, and the atmosphere is getting moisture that way. So as the atmosphere warms, that means it can demand more moisture. So what is happening? Man, I wish I knew what was happening in my slides. Okay, there we go. Sorry. So where's the water going? So I just mentioned evapotranspiration at the top here. That's the moisture that's being transported by the plants or directly from the soil into the atmosphere. It turns out that in much of the West, much of the planet, the growing season has lengthened. In other words, spring comes earlier, winter comes later in the year. And that means, for example, in the headwaters of the Colorado River, that the growing season is 6 weeks longer than it used to be due to global warming. And therefore, there's 6 more weeks where plants are giving it up, are being a conduit for moisture into the atmosphere. Because CO2 is higher in the atmosphere, some of you know that it has a fertilizing effect. There can be more plants That means more plants actually losing water to the atmosphere. So it's a very efficient way to dry out the soil. And if it's hot and dry enough, long enough, hot enough, or it's not raining, then you're actually going to wilt and kill plants. And so in California, you've seen whole forests start to really experience tree death, mortality, because of this process. Four Corners area in 2002 witnessed the first big tree die-off because of climate change, because of the warming, almost all because of warming and climate change. But there are other factors playing a role here, and some of them are listed here. Another big one is sublimation from snow. You get a big snowpack up in the Sierra Nevada or the Colorado Rockies. Now a lot more moisture is being lost to the atmosphere directly from snow. In other words, the frozen state goes right into water vapor because the atmosphere is warmer. And it's lost and doesn't end up in rivers. Not good. So these are the processes that have led to our first mega drought in our nation's history. A mega drought is a drought that lasts 20 or more years. And in 1999, the big reservoirs on the Colorado, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, were full, or almost full. And things look pretty hunky-dory. And that's back when I lived I just had moved to Arizona from Colorado. And everybody was sort of laughing at me for talking about, things are going to get a lot drier. But I was talking about it back then because the scientific community knew this stuff was going to happen. And indeed, it has happened. And now the drought looks particularly bad in California, but it extends all the way out into the high plains. And those of you reading the news recently or following me on Twitter know that we're having some good wildfires out on the high plains. They're grass fires. They're not like forest fires in California or the Rockies. But nonetheless, things are burning all over the place. And this drought, we don't expect to end anytime soon. It'll probably intensify this year because we have a continued La Nina conditions in the tropical Pacific. But that's getting off what I want to talk about. I don't have a lot of time, but you can always ask questions and we can answer them. Here's a study done by a California, Park Williams, down in UCLA. And it's he and his colleagues did a really cool job of first reconstructing on the left, reconstructing soil moisture, a record of soil moisture going back 1,200 years using a dense network of tree rings records around the West. And you can see that the current, what it is when the numbers go down, that's dry. When they go up, it's wet. The red line is the instrumental data. The black line is reconstructed from tree rings. You can see up in the 20th century, they overlap and they agree. But in the pink, the intervals marked in pink, they are the droughts that have occurred over the last 1,200 years that lasted at least 22 years. And one thing you can see, the red line on the far right goes way down to what's labeled as the 2000 to 2021 anomaly. That's the current drought. And the point of their work, was that the drought we're in now is the worst drought in 1,200 years. And they believe, based on some very good scientific evidence, that about 42% of the magnitude or the severity of this drought was due to the warming and climate change. And you can see on the right two maps of the Western United States, a big yellow box showing the area that was used to reconstruct the tree ring drought record. But you can see the observed drought, and this is averaged over the last 21 years. On the observed map, looks very dark and kind of scary, particularly in the Colorado River headwaters in Arizona. If we hadn't had climate change, the drought would have looked like it did on the right. Okay, much less severe. There still would have been a drought. And that's a big point here, is that climate change doesn't necessarily cause the drought or cause the hurricane or cause the heat wave. It just makes them a heck of a lot worse. And that's what's happening with the drought. And of course, everyone in the room knows and probably is quite worried about the crisis on the Colorado River. These reservoirs that were full, Lake Mead and Lake Powell, the two largest in the nation, in 1999, are now less than 30% full. And there's been a 20% decline in flow since 1999, 20%. And Brad Udall and I wrote a paper that I think is really, at first was controversial and now has been supported by other work. And I think we were right, pretty sure we were right. Half of that, at least, half of that flow decline is due to warming, not reduction in precipitation. Now, the mega drought recently has gotten a lot less rain and snow, so it is contributing, but it's the warming is taking a lot of the flow away. And in our work and in other work that's been published subsequently, it's been estimated that we could see as much as half the flow in the Colorado disappear due to warming and climate change if we don't stop it. So even though we're having a major crisis now, and California and the other 6 basin states are being asked to reduce their water use by up to 25% because of the crisis that exists now, it could get a whole heck of a lot worse if we don't do something about it. And I wrote an editorial in The Hill recently. I tried to get it in the LA Times and the SAC-B, but I don't think people like to hear what I have to say. But I was suggesting that California, with their senior water rights on the Colorado, force the other basin states to get just as serious about climate change as California is, or else California wouldn't continue to make cuts unless they were forced to. But anyhow, I'm not living in California. It's up to you guys. But I just think it's a travesty that the basin states, with the exception of California, of course, aren't really talking about solving the climate crisis. They're just talking about a Band-Aid to reduce water use now, but it's going to get worse and worse. And it matters a lot what's going on in the Colorado to you guys. Obviously, I think you all know more than I do that a lot of Colorado River water, as much as a third of the flows, the naturalized flows, ends up in California, either for LA, San Diego, or the Imperial Valley. Used to be Salton Sea too, but that water's been cut off, which is another disaster we don't necessarily want to talk about today unless you do. So this water matters a heck of a lot to California. Southern California, if they don't get their Colorado water, are going to be asking, begging, I don't know what it is, but they're going to be trying hard to get water from Northern California, more of it. And of course, that affects the whole state. The mega drought is moving around. It's not always looking the same. And of course, you all know that things were pretty darn dry earlier this year in California. Fortunately, it's been raining a little now. We're all praying for a big snowpack this winter, but it's going to be warmer than normal. It's going to be a La Nina year. It's probably not going to be a big snowy year, maybe in Northern California, but certainly not in Southern. And the question I have for you, and I'll answer it since I'm not in the room, is this really just a drought? And hopefully by now you figured out that this isn't just a drought like our grandparents would have endured, like during the Dust Bowl or the 1950s and 60s. This is something different, okay? A regular drought is something that's over when it starts to rain or snow again. But if warming is causing up to half of this drought, as long as the warming continues, it'll get worse. All right. And it's not just happening in the Colorado River Basin and California. The Missouri's in a whole bunch of pain right now. The worst drought it's ever seen as well. It's the Fort Peck Reservoir there on the right. I just got a recent update. The drought is very real. And you can see again, here's the extent of the current drought. Is it just a drought? And the answer is no. This is what we call aridification. And it's a term I think that's really picking up fast in the scientific community because we saw the same thing happening in Europe this summer in spades. We see the same thing happening in China. Good thing for that. They'll act on climate change, and they are acting on climate change pretty aggressively because they're going to run out of water too, and they're going to have a heck of a time feeding themselves. In the United States, if you look at the pattern of this drought and it's spreading eastward, the aridification, fly from San Francisco over to Chicago and look out the window once you're on the high plains, it's all irrigated ag. So the question is, where's everyone getting the water? And probably all you guys know the answer to that question. We're pumping the water. But if you start looking at the aquifers that underlie most of our agricultural regions, whether it's in the Southwest or it's on the high plains, all of these aquifers are getting depleted. And as they get depleted, if they get depleted too much, we shut the pores and destroy the aquifer. A lot of times they can recharge. Sierra Nevada are good at that. But in many places, they can't recharge naturally fast enough to really help us out. So we're using up fossil groundwater because we're not getting enough rain and snow for natural sustainable water supply. Rain-fed agriculture is getting tougher and tougher too, because it's getting too darn hot. And every gardener knows that, but I think you all know it even better. So the water is being pumped unsustainably. The river flows are being reduced unsustainably, all by climate change and overuse of the water supply that we've got. So we have to figure out how to use water more smartly, but we also have to increase our efforts to stop climate change and get everyone fighting climate change, not just California. I'm happy to say in Michigan, we're finally getting that message, even though we have tons of water. So remember, though, that it's not just about water. The heat waves are getting more severe, more persistent because of the warming. The wildfires are getting a lot worse because of the warming. We're also, when it does rain, getting more flooding, all because of the warming. So this is a pretty profound problem. So to conclude, and I'm happy to answer questions if you have time, water security risks are rising rapidly around the whole planet. This same problem we're talking about in the West is moving out on the high plains here, but it's also affecting Southern South America. It's affecting parts of Central America. It's affecting Europe, China, India, parts of Africa, the Horn of Africa, Southern Africa. They're getting huge humanitarian problems in the Horn now, all because of the same problem. Climate change is drying out these dry regions of the planet. And so far, it's just 1 degree C. What if we have to work like heck to keep the planet from warming more than 2 degrees C, but what if we don't, we fail and it warms 3 or 4? Just multiply the effects we're getting this summer times 3 or 4, and you start to see a planet that is really in bad shape. It's the clear impact is on hydrologic systems as well. This is the big message I wanted to share with you. Warming doesn't just mean hot, it means hydrologic problems. Adaptation is really key. And this is the grudge I have with everyone in the Colorado River Basin. We need demand management for sure. We got to cut our water use. And I say we because I still have a cabin there. But the point is, it's not enough. It's going to be overwhelmed by climate change. So the sooner we get everyone acting on climate change just as aggressively or more than California, the sooner we're going to stabilize our sustainable water supplies and keep them from shrinking. And yeah, I moved to Michigan in part for a better job, but I also moved here because we have 20% of the world's unfrozen fresh water. And it's going to be a very valuable commodity in the future. Thank you.
So, Professor, will you ship some of that water? Are you looking at some new models of how to move water around? Bad joke, sorry.
No, I think it's really, when I was a Southwesterner, Pat Mulroy, some of you might know her, amazing person in charge of Nevada, Southern Nevada Water Authority, Vegas's water supply. She knew what was going on. She was always talking, not really joking. Let's go to the Columbia River. Let's go to the Great Lakes.
The Mississippi, yeah. They're still talking about it, just so you know.
Yeah, I know. And so we have a compact, Great Lakes compact that says none of the water can be removed from the Great Lakes except in these little plastic bottles you see in the airport.
Hmm. So Professor, I have a question. So, uh, with the warming, you're seeing essentially more room for water or moisture in the atmosphere. Are you seeing reduced humidity levels that's causing some of the um, transformation with the snowpack in the winter, or is it just the warming itself?
Yeah, I mean, the humidity is affected by how much moisture is in the atmosphere. So as the atmosphere can hold more moisture, if you can't get that, the humidity goes down. And the atmosphere is trying like heck to maintain a higher humidity, but it can't. So we, yeah, so the atmosphere is getting drier over the west. And, right before the monsoon in Arizona, there's plenty of humidity. But unless there's enough moisture, the humidity is going down. And that just means that's part and parcel of a moisture demand that is greater.
Right, and then doesn't that, I don't mean to use the word precipitate, but doesn't that bring about additional wildfires, and doesn't that just feed the problem by putting more carbon back into the atmosphere and
Absolutely.
essentially
And
making the problem worse?
it's making it worse. And the wildfire crisis, we have a big project here in our school. It's both the effect on releasing all that carbon, but it's also all that smoke.
Yep.
And that smoke, we're learning, is a lot more toxic to humans and other life than we thought. So it's a big, that right now is, I think, is as big a crisis as the water crisis on the Colorado. And people don't quite get that.
Secretary?
Professor, this is Karen Ross. One of the phenomena we've noticed is less fog, which is just a factor, and I'm looking at some of my friends from the coastal areas. So I don't know that there's any answers to that, but I'm sure you saw the paper that California released last month that has calculated, we're estimating a loss of as much as 10% of water being available, so that not only do we have less water, but the evapotranspiration rates are accelerating, and that is a loss of another 10% of water that we have to try to compensate in other ways. Is it possible, has anyone taken a look at some of these significant growing areas to do similar calculations? Is that even possible? I mean,
I think
sometimes you have to show how much you are going to lose to actually start to drive action.
I think so. I think it is possible. And you got some amazing resources in California. And I think Dan Kahan probably down at Scripps. And Sasha Gershinoff is the one who's really been working on how the fog is changing, and the stratus deck in the Pacific, the clouds you get in the summer that keep everything kind of cool in San Francisco, and how we're losing that. And as we lose that, this is another positive or amplifying feedback that makes it worse. But they are the ones down there, Dan and his colleagues, who are really focused in on the regional impacts in California. And their network of scientists and practitioners can help understand how the various parts of California are going to be hit or hammered, as climate scientists are starting to say, by climate change. So I would go down and talk with Dan and his colleagues. And this guy, Park Williams, just moved to UCLA. He's an incredible resource, and you might want to be tapping him more too.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you. It's Michelle Passero, and thanks for the presentation, even though it's a little depressing, to be honest. But I have a question. The aridification sounds kind of permanent to me, and I also think about, even if we get a handle on greenhouse gas emissions, there's that lag effect. And so a certain amount of warming is already kind of baked into the system. And is it at a point where we're thinking of, okay, what can we expect even if we're able to halt emissions? How much of this aridification, can we expect going into the future? Just thinking of like from a planning perspective and just anticipating. Is there a way to?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you've said a couple words that are really important, baked in. That's what it is. We're baking this in for centuries. It's irreversible change. Now there are ways to reverse it, but it's going to be hard. But what we're talking about it with climate change is once we stabilize the greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere, in other words, we're not putting any more up, then the Earth will start to cool, and the greenhouse gases, depending on their type, will start to become lower in the atmosphere, but CO2 stays up there for centuries. And as the greenhouse gases go down, the atmosphere will want to cool a little, but the majority of the heat we've been trapping is in the ocean. Not over 90% is being absorbed by the ocean. Thank goodness for that, right? Unfortunately, that means the ocean will then start giving up the heat to the atmosphere. As the atmosphere is trying to go cooler, the ocean will say, I want to go cooler. It'll give up more heat. So the net effect is that will keep the atmosphere at the temperature, the global temperature, that we stop global warming at for centuries. And that's more than enough reason to want to accelerate the climate action that California and other parts of the world are putting into play here. Because the faster we stop this problem, the lower the long-term temperature will be, and the associated aridification will be less bad. But yeah, aridification is a one-way thing. Now, there's one other piece of good news, but don't be fooled. And that is there's also natural variability in the climate system that is combining with the human effects. The human effects are warmer, warmer, warmer in the West, drier, drier, drier. But there's also natural variability. And I anticipate, and I think a lot of my colleagues, that there will be a wetter period in the future. But the chances of wetter period keep going down, and the length of that wet period will get shorter as we warm the atmosphere up. In other words, our aridification will overwhelm these wet periods at some point, but we should still be able to get out some wet periods out of this climate natural variability. And the big problem we have to watch out for, you have to watch out for, everyone has to watch out for, is when we get a wet period, we don't want to just divvy up the water more and say, oh, we got more water, let's make more diversions and give more people water, because then when it gets dry again, which is for sure going to happen, the pain will be that much larger. Instead, think about ways to bank the water. And you all know probably that there are not too many places to build more reservoirs. So think hard about putting the water underground. And it's probably the place to put storage in the future. In Arizona and the Central Valley, as long as you don't destroy your aquifers, you can put water down there, and then, like when you're doing electrification of the grid, you need battery storage. Well, this is the same deal. You want to give your growers some water to draw on during the drier periods. And so the best way to get ready for that is to start banking it. And of course, think of crops that don't need as much water and other conservation measures.
Doria, go ahead.
So I just had a question, and I might be understanding climate change a little bit incorrectly, but I was under the impression that we're experiencing the effects of climate change now that actually were put up into the atmosphere and started like 50 years ago, and that there's a lag effect on the experiencing of impact. is that true? And if that's true, how does this fit? How does that lag effect fit into your model in terms of being optimistic about being able to bring temperatures down? I mean, to control this.
You're absolutely good questions here. You're absolutely right about lag effect, and where the lag effect is biggest is like the melting of ice sheets and that turning into sea level rise. That's a lag of hundreds of years. Maybe not. I've argued it's shorter, but I think the consensus is still hundreds of years. So in other words, everyone says we'll get a meter or 3 feet of sea level rise by the end of this century. What they don't say, and is in the IPCC report if you read it, is that over 500 years or 6,000 years, it'll be more like 10 meters, and you just got to wait. The lag is a lot less apparent in other things. And most of what I've been talking about, there isn't a big lag. So, it's more straightforward, linear response to the warming. But, there are some things in the climate system called tipping points. And when you cross one of these tipping points, it can get a lot worse fast. And so there are some tipping points we got to worry about. One tipping point is this, all the wildfire putting all this carbon in the atmosphere. That's going to accelerate the warming more. Another one's in the Arctic where it's warming the most, if you remember my map. And we could get enough melting of permafrost and the Arctic oceans to release a lot more carbon dioxide and methane into the atmosphere. That would be a tipping point. That seems to be slowly picking up speed. Another one is this idea of the stratocumulus cloud deck off the coast of California. If we wipe that out, all of a sudden it'll get a lot warmer in summer. So we have to really look for these tipping points and be careful we don't cross one of these. So it's not as much a lag, it's more of a, there's a train wreck ahead and we might not know where it is. And if we get involved in that, things could get significantly worse quickly. So as you plan, you want to be planning, baking in. No, you want to be including in your thinking the provision for surprises. You could be surprised. It could get a lot warmer quickly, or it could get a lot drier quickly. And you want to just be ready for that.
I've got a real quick question for you. It kind of goes to the heart of things. What does this do to the carrying capacity of the Earth? I mean, does it limit at a lower level? What happens? We're looking at 9 billion people, 2050, and overall food supply. Is it going to migrate to other regions? How's that going to affect the population?
Yeah, I wish I knew. I mean, I'm looking at something I tweeted today was, what's going on in Somalia. 1 million people are on the move because they have to find food. They're not all coming to the United States or anything like that. But, the point is as this gets worse in more places around the planet, there's going to be a lot of pressure for people to move around. This is why Department of Defense, it doesn't matter if it's a Republican or a Democratic administration, the Department of Defense always takes climate change very seriously. They know it's a threat multiplier. They know they have to be there for humanitarian disasters as well as, potential conflict. We have a big effort here in our school and our University of Michigan to think out of the box about food systems and how could we make our food systems more sustainable, all the way from growing to consumption and waste. And that's the key. We had the Green Revolution back in the 60s and 70s when we were kids, at least the old folks like me. And we have to figure out new ways of doing that. And I think it all starts with stopping climate change, because that's just like making the job a lot harder for us. I very much value a lot of, desert tortoise and other creatures that are causing us to slow down deployment of renewable energy. But if climate change is allowed to go unchecked, the tortoise is probably toast anyhow. So, and certainly, in the Southwest, I wrote a paper about the fish. I mean, we're going to have a lot of species going extinct. So we got to stop climate change, and we got to somehow do it faster. But I do think if we can combine that with really smart adaptation, and this is where sustainable food systems come in, then we can succeed in feeding, 9 billion people, because that's what we're going to get. Probably it's going to level off at 9 to 11 billion people. But it isn't going to be easy. This is a major challenge. And I got to say some good things. I mean, I cheer California all the time, and you guys are my heroes for your climate action. But I'm pretty convinced now, based on what's just happened in the last 2 years, that the cost of this transition is going to be not a cost, it's going to be a net profit. In other words, we're going to save a huge amount of money by transitioning to clean energy. And we will have the storage capacity we need. We'll have everything we need. And that money can be put towards, hopefully, some of it, towards ensuring everyone on this planet has clean, safe drinking water and food. Because that should be a human right in my mind. And that's certainly what we're working towards here at the University of Michigan. And I know a lot of my colleagues around the nation or at other universities are also really focused on the solutions. But boy, once you start learning how to do it, the costs go down, 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 just like the cost of your big screen TV that none of us could afford 15 years ago is like pretty cheap now. And it's all the same, these manufactured products. And I hope we can succeed in a similar fashion with our food systems.
Thank you. I think we have one more question. Bryce, go right ahead.
Well, thank you, and thank you so much, Dr. Overpeck. Always learned so much. Great presentation. A couple questions. Just one is maybe a quick one. 7% more water in the atmosphere for every single degree Celsius that the world goes up. Does that affect sea level rise? If the atmosphere is carrying, it's just not a drop in the bucket relative to melting ice sheets. That really wasn't my big question. It just was I hadn't heard how much more water the atmosphere was carrying for every degree.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't have a big effect on sea level rise because the atmosphere isn't moving that much more moisture over land. It's staying in the ocean and getting back into the ocean. The analogy or the analogous thing that's going on in the ocean is as the ocean warms, it expands. It literally expands like a hot air balloon. And that's half of the sea level rise we're seeing now. The other half is melting ice.
Thank you. Getting on the same page seems like very, very important. That this is it's hard to do when there's competing factions or factors. It's maybe hard to do when Colorado Basin states there are 5 and only one really is maybe working on it. It's hard to do when different parts of the world maybe are not taking it as serious. Well, I'm old enough to remember when Earth is cooling was the big issue. And does that relate to your the idea that you brought up that there is variability, and there are maybe some cycles that are variability, but and that comes up, I think, as a red herring for a lot of people who don't want to be on the same page or don't want to change their actions. But what do you say to those who would say, well, the sun is the biggest impact on the Earth, and the changes in the sun are causing this, and that no matter what we do, the sun is going to continue to heat up the Earth. All those sorts of things. I would say I hear, but we've got to get on the same page and be serious as a country and as humankind about greenhouse gas.
Yeah, well, I have a fun story about the Earth is cooling. But first, to tackle the sun, one of the things that is really important to help people understand is we measure the output of the sun very precisely. We have records of the sun's irradiance going back a long time now, and there's virtually no correlation between the changing irradiance and the Earth's temperature. In other words, the impact of the irradiance changes are so small that you don't even see it. So the sun, if it was just the sun, in fact, we would be cooling now by a teeny amount. And obviously we're not. And the cooling Earth story is even more interesting. I was a graduate student at Brown University way back in the day. And my advisors, my committee on my PhD included the folks who figured out the cause of the ice ages. And it was actually figured out by a guy in Croatia, I think, but someone over in Europe, long time ago. But what we were doing at Brown at that time is really proving it. And that is small variations in the Earth's orbit, the amount the Earth is tilted, how elliptical the orbit is, and where the Earth is when it's on the far end of the ellipse versus the near end. Summer versus winter. It gets complicated, but the main thing is that controls the coming and goings of the ice ages. And they back then in the 1970s were discovering this, and they were highlighting that if we don't understand this well, we could be going into another ice age, and we better study that harder. And so one of my committee members actually sent a letter to the President of the United States saying, we got to put more money into this. And I think it was a scientist just saying, oh, well, we better look into it, right? And but even at that time, they were starting to write the first whole volumes of journals about global warming in the 1970s. And in those papers, or in the same journals that are saying naturally the planet should be cooling, other papers are saying, too bad, global warming is going to completely overwhelm those very small changes. So we're not going to see an ice age for a long time now. We've completely overwhelmed that natural cycle. That's the story of the global cooling and the sun. There are, another one that people love to talk about is changes in cosmic rays and particles that are, and I just say, where's the evidence? There is no evidence. We know global warming is happening with perfect confidence now. I mean, it is just like apple will fall from the tree when it breaks off, that kind of confidence. And that's why I want to connect you all to the fact that warming has these big effects on the hydrologic cycle. And of course, that's what we really care about if we're trying to grow a crop.
Exactly.
Yep.
Well, Professor, it's been a real treat to have you here.
My pleasure.
Sorry, I've got to have public comment before I let you go.
Okay.
Protocol. So we have any public comment from the audience here and also online? Josh?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please use your hand icon and I will unmute your line. And we do have one written question. What are our reasonable expectations about the effect of aridification on likely migration of agricultural production and population areas of the world? Where will ag production and population centers increase in 50 to 100 years?
I don't know that. That's a super question. I would call up one of my buddies at NASA, Cynthia Rosenzweig, or Dave LaBelle in California, up at Stanford, and ask them. I think Michigan will turn out to be, we have an incredible, we're like the West Coast. We have a very diverse agricultural climate. I'm really worried about the high plains. I think California will still have a big agricultural production, but it has to be smaller unless we figure out how to grow things with less water. Where in the world is going to get wetter? I focus a lot on where is it going to get drier. But I'm quite worried about Brazil, and as they cutting down the Amazon is going to dry out that country, which can make it worse. In a lot of places, it's just going to be too darn hot for the kind of crops we like to grow. So I'm not an agricultural expert. I would go to someone like a Labelle or a Rosenzweig. Some of these people have been spending their whole career studying this, and they'll have answers for you.
And I'm seeing no further public comment at this time.
She just left. All right. I really want to thank you for your presentation today. Really eye-opening and really relevant to what's happening here in California and really throughout the world. I think we're seeing a lot of ecological issues, not only here, but really throughout the world. So thank you again.
My pleasure. And we do have time. There's where the hope is.
And if there's other questions, I wonder, do we have your email that we can give that out here if we
Yeah, I'm
if
happy to
anyone
help.
else
if you
has
need anything
questions.
else.
Very good. Thank you again.
My pleasure. And keep up the good work in California. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Okay, shall we go to David Guy? So we're going to jump ahead. David, we're going to put you on right now. Kayla stepped out, so we have with us David Guy, Northern California Water Association. David is the president of the Northern California Water Association. David Guy has devoted the past several decades to advancing economic interests that promote the conservation of California's special places and their precious water and land resources. Welcome, good to see you.
Yeah, thank you, Don, and great to see everybody. What an invitation. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, I need a mic. Is that working? Awesome. Thank you. And then Josh, are you going to click for me? Is that how that works? Awesome. Well, thank you for the invitation. Of course, it's always great to talk about voluntary agreements. I was looking forward to Kayla's presentation and was going to say that we also appreciate the water supply strategy. So I'll just kind of give a little preview of that. I think there's just some really great things in there that we're excited to help the administration implement. Voluntary agreements. I know you guys have heard a lot about voluntary agreements over the last many years. And it's just a pleasure to give an update today on kind of what we're seeing. At least I'll give you a Northern California perspective from the Sacramento Valley, but there's just a lot of momentum. I think that's the top line message, and there's a lot of good reasons for that I'll try to touch on. The first slide that I had, I wanted to just note that we are trying to get away from the voluntary agreement lingo. I know several of you have been somewhat critical of that because it doesn't really tell the story. And so I think is where we're going to land is we're probably going to start calling this Healthy Rivers California, which will be the voluntary agreement process. So I'm going to go over 3 pieces today and would sure look forward to any questions, input, all that as well. So hopefully we can make this a conversation. Those are the 3 pieces I'm going to talk about next, please. So the backdrop, you guys know this, but obviously the Delta is kind of the hub for, of course, a lot of California's water supply. And next, please. The State Water Board obviously has a say through a water quality control plan. That's the backdrop against which the voluntary agreements were developed. And the idea is that the State Water Board updates this process periodically and looks at water quality standards, what it believes is needed to have a healthy estuary. And so next, please. So the State Water Board recommendations for Northern California in their staff report some years ago would have talked about an additional 1 million acre-feet of water. You hear a lot about the unimpaired flow approach, and based on a 55% unimpaired flow, the State Water Board has indicated that that would be 1 million acre-feet of water additional that would need to flow into the Delta. So that would be 1 million acre-feet of water that would be released from storage, or 1 million acre-feet of water that would not be able to be diverted. So obviously, in our view, that was not a very practical approach to solving some of our river and delta issues. So thus, the work ahead to develop voluntary agreements. Next, please. I think for context, particularly in the agricultural context, the 55% unimpaired flow, Ducks Unlimited worked very hard to look at some of the impacts that a million acre feet would cost, and obviously these are the fallowing numbers. So it'd be a total of about 330,000 acres that would be fallowed in the Sacramento Valley as a result of the approach in the State Water Board staff report. Next, please. So now let's switch to the fun part, which is, okay, how do we do a better job? And how do we have a broader approach to that? And that's really what folks came together around, is how do we work together over the next 8 to 15 years to have solutions that will, in fact, benefit fish and wildlife, hopefully in a modern way, and while at the same time, obviously, protecting the rural communities, protecting the cities, and protecting the farms that obviously you spend a lot of time thinking about. Next, please. So the voluntary agreement process has been underway for some time. Here's the most recent kind of pieces. There's obviously been some different proposals presented to the State Water Board. And most importantly, here in March of this year, the governor, with I think a lot of Karen's leadership, brought people together over at his office to say, let's move forward. Next, please. And so he came out on March 29th with the state and federal agencies announcing this agreement for a voluntary agreement framework. And notice the healthy rivers and landscapes is kind of embedded in that. We're trying to, again, really talk about what this actually does. Next, please. So you had leaders from all over the state gather here. You'll recognize a lot of familiar faces, some in this room. And so the governor said, let's go forward. This is a priority. Let's move forward. Next, please. So what does that mean? So the folks that signed this MOU that day, of course, included the state agencies. It included the Bureau of Reclamation as a federal agency, and it included water suppliers pretty much throughout California. We now have folks that have signed from Red Bluff to San Diego and everywhere in between. Conservation organizations, to the best of my knowledge, have not signed the MOU, but there are a really good handful of them that are participating in the process, working with us on some of the early implementation that I'll talk about here in a moment. So it's really great to have their participation, but at this point, I don't believe that they have signed the MOU. Next, please. So what is the voluntary agreement, or what is this healthy river context? I think most importantly, it really provides a portfolio of compensated flows, and that includes in-stream flows, which obviously is what we spent the last 50 years focusing on. And now the best part about the voluntary agreements, my view, is that we're now focusing on the landscape, and we're trying to bring the landscape into the process. We're trying to look beyond that little thin blue line, the river, and say, what does it take to have a healthy river? And so we're really looking at flows across the landscape, doing this in an integrated manner, obviously from ridgetop to the delta. The other piece of the voluntary agreements is I think it just really shows a tremendous collaborative model that we are hoping will provide that stable regulatory framework for people to be able to manage water throughout California in a reliable way, and then also will ultimately help us resolve some of the contentious issues surrounding the Delta, including things like the biological opinions, the ITP, some of the other regulatory processes. Next. So the portfolio flows, this kind of gives you a flavor. Again, I'll focus on the Sacramento River Basin because that's what I'm here to talk about today. But if you look at the numbers there that are kind of called out there, it's around, I'll say around 250 to 270,000 acre feet of water during the middle year types. So there is a little bit of dry year water that is made available under the voluntary agreements, but it's largely focused on the middle year types, the dry, the below normal, and above normal years. That's the time in which, you know, in the wet years, we don't really need this type of a program, and in the dry years, obviously, it gets really challenging. So this year, there was not implementation of the voluntary agreement, obviously, because it's so dry. But the plan is to do it in the middle of the years. So there we have about 250,000 right now. That is largely coming from 5 rivers and creeks. That includes the American River, includes the Feather River, the Sacramento River, the Yuba River, and then Cache Creek. We're also working with folks on the Bear River, on Cache Creek, and then also on the Sutter Bypass, who also may be interested in joining the program as we go forward. Next, please. That's the flow piece. The exciting piece, in our view, is really the activating the landscape. And we've had the great pleasure, I think it's been a while, I don't remember how long ago it was, Don, but the Floodplain Forward Coalition came before you a couple of years ago and talked. We have a wonderful coalition. You see a lot of the folks there on the left and really talking about reactivating our landscape. I think this is where the scientists are pointing, where we really can improve fish and wildlife in a much better way. So we're really going to try to do as much as we can out on the landscape in this approach. And we have an amazing coalition that wants to work on this. Next, please. There's also early implementation. The baseline for this project is December of 2018. So the good news is we've actually already completed some projects under the voluntary agreement process. And there's several more that are already in the pipeline that are under construction. In all 4 of the rivers that we're working on, there's projects underway, which is great. The Resources Agency has been a real catalyst for this, just really appreciate their efforts. So again, we're not waiting around for all of the formalities that I'll talk about here in a moment. We're actually doing some of these projects out on the ground, and we want to be doing more. Chuck Bonham has been amazing in wanting to accelerate this work. The Cutting Green Tape initiative of the administration, as well as some of the work that Ashley Bourne and Sustainable Conservation have done for accelerating implementation of these projects has been really helpful. So anyway, there's just a lot of momentum right now on these projects, and we're just really encouraged by that. Next, please. There's also a new governance proposal that is being part of. There's been a governance proposal submitted to the State Water Board already that starts to describe a new governance model that brings the parties together that are parties to the agreement to look at both system-wide governance, which is kind of tying all of the pieces together, as well as each river will have its own governance entity. And it's this governance where we're going to make sure that we have the best available science, the monitoring, and then of course the adaptive management as we go forward. So we're real excited about the new governance structure that is emerging around this. Next, please. And the governor's office has really been driving this process very effectively. We're going to miss, obviously, Anamoto Santo. She's been a key kind of driver in this process, but Amico and the others in the governor's office are really trying to keep this on track. We have work groups for each one of these elements that have been assigned to respective folks in the administration, and I think this is great because each one of them is being held accountable to make sure that we're meeting the progress in this, and it's been really helpful. These work groups have been great. So next, please. So here's the timeline that we're kind of looking at. So right now, obviously the process is to get all of this to the State Water Board. And it's going to take the Water Board probably a couple of years practically to complete its substitute environmental document to include the voluntary agreements as an alternative in that process. So that is kind of what is going on now. We're making sure that the State Water Board has all the right information to update its SED. The idea is that then from that point in which that is approved by the State Water Board, this will be an 8-year agreement with some provisions that it could extend to become a 15-year agreement. And of course, in our view, we think it's going to be a 15-year agreement because we think there's going to be enough success, enough momentum that will be developed during these first 8 years that it will carry forward for 15 years, which again is great for regulatory stability. And it's going to be great because obviously one of the things we're going to be looking at is, are we helping salmon, for example? And as you all know, salmon, have a kind of a 3-year life cycle. So in a 15-year agreement, you'll be able to at least see 5 runs of salmon and kind of get a better sense of, are we making the progress that we hoped to do so. So anyway, we're excited about the process here moving forward. Next, please. Yeah, and I think is what we're learning, and I think what this is doing, this Healthy Rivers process, more than anything else, is we're recognizing that a functional ecosystem really depends on that healthy landscape. And that landscape, of course, for your purview, it includes the farmlands. The farmlands are some of the most productive ecosystems we have. We all know that. Rice fields have, 225 species in them. It has, the endangered giant garter snake. We have tricolored blackbirds. Go down the list of species that people really care about in California, and it's really getting that healthy landscape. And that healthy landscape we're finding, again, listening to the scientists largely at the University of California and some of the work Glenda and some of her team are doing, is that really shows that the landscape, reactivating the landscape, your healthy farms, your healthy soils, your recharge, all the things that we're talking about will really help the river system. And I think that, in my view, is what the voluntary agreements are really trying to do for the first time in California, is try a little bit different approach. Next, please. So it's really this new way forward. And of course, what is great about this is that at least the work that we're doing in the Sacramento Valley is all of this works in harmony. You can have your agronomic season that those of you who are farmers, you can farm in the spring and the summer. In the fall, you put some water out for decomposition or for some other purposes that can really help with birds in the Pacific Flyway. And now we're learning, of course, from our friends at CalTrout and some of the fish organizations that you leave that water out into the winter, and it can also help with fish food for salmon, and both good habitat for them, rearing habitat, as well as providing nourishment for them. And right now the fish seem to be starved, so that food is absolutely welcome to them. Next, please. So yeah, we're just really excited about this. Water is life. Somebody on your board has developed this wonderful shirt here, and there's even been some people in this room that you recognize that have worn this shirt. So we are all about water is life, and that's, again, I think when we really think about healthy rivers and healthy landscapes, it really is all about water is life. So next, please. So yeah, I really appreciate the opportunity, and of course, would love to go into any more details or anything that Don, you and any of the board members would like to pursue here.
Thank you, David. Good presentation and heading in the right direction. It's great to see.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's implied when you're talking about integrated with the landscape, but so groundwater recharge is a part of it, and is through that landscape, integration of the landscape component of it?
Yeah, I think that's
Okay.
really interesting. I'd love your thoughts on this. But yeah, I mean, it feels to us like the aquifer systems obviously are very much part of that landscape, right? And they're the hidden part, so we don't really see it. But I think reactivating that is going to be really important. And of course, that plays out in a variety of ways. Groundwater recharge is obviously one, really important. The water supply strategy is amazing in that regard. Look forward to hearing about that from Kayla. And then also we have Sigma, obviously, now, which is looking at that interconnectedness between the aquifer system and the river system, and so-called undesirable result 6. There's a lot of focus on that in our region. And so, yeah, we're really trying to integrate that aquifer system with the river, because obviously a healthy river depends on that healthy interaction with the groundwater or aquifer system. And so I think we're learning a lot in that area, and it just feels to us like there's a lot of momentum coming from this administration to do that better. So, yeah, I'd welcome any thoughts you have on that or anything we can be doing different.
Glenda?
David, thanks for the presentation. That
Hey,
was
Glenn.
great. Hey, one of the things we've done a lot in the past that has made this kind of system work really fantastic is having a tiered approach, and I just wonder if you're looking at that as far as these agreements go. And by that, what I mean is, like when we did the Rangeland Water Quality Plan or some of the coastal plans, et cetera, you have a tier. So certain activities are just no-brainers. Everybody agrees they're good for the environment, no problem. Some activities, you want somebody to work with the landowner. You know, I'm thinking of like the SB 88 where we're training water diverters and they get certified and they're allowed to keep doing stuff. And then you got your third tier where, yeah, the regulators want to be involved. They want to know what's happening. They want to be a little more engaged. And by doing that tiered approach, it takes so much pressure off of the regulatory staff as well as the landowners, because you're just not wasting all that time on the totally good no-brainers, which do eat up a lot of time. I'm just wondering if that's something people have been looking at and considering as you're putting this together.
Yeah, good question. Thanks, Glenda. Boy, maybe there's something we can learn from that. I mean, I think the way I envision it is I do think some of these early implementation efforts are really maybe kind of the first tier, as I hear you describing that, and they are the ones that everybody seems to agree upon. There just seems to be a lot of energy and momentum around that. We're obviously going to start implementing some of the flow proposals when available. This year obviously did not work for that, but hopefully we're going to have some wet years in the future that we can, or wetter years that we can start to do some of that as well. And so I think that will be probably kind of the next tier as I hear it. And then, yeah, I mean, and again, we really want to get the landscape reactivated. That's kind of our real priority, because we think if we can do that and scale that up across the whole region, then that will actually provide the benefits to fish and wildlife that I think we're all really working hard for. And so, yeah, I think we're kind of doing that, although we don't really quite call it the way you described it.
Well, there's precedent for it, because the State
Yeah.
Water Board, EPA, the Coastal Commission, all the players in the Coastal Zone Act totally bought into that and signed off on it years ago, and it's been one of the most successfully implemented water quality programs in the state, frankly.
Thank you. I'd probably benefit from learning more from that. Thank you.
David, I was just wondering if Secretary Crowfoot's cutting green tape has played into helping to accelerate some of these projects. And then one of the things I always like to look at is multi-benefit. Like, we have these concurrent driving policy goals, and one of them is on biodiversity and enhancing biodiversity, so that where that could like help move some things up on the list of priorities or not, because you're achieving not only what we need to do on water, reactivating our floodplains, whatever that is, but then it's also serving a really important biodiversity function as well.
Yeah, thank you. Let me start with the kind of the permitting side. Yeah, the cutting green tape, I think, has been really helpful. I think it's really just kind of, again, created some momentum around that concept. And so I think Jen Norris and her team over there have been doing a really nice job on that. I will say that then sustainable conservation, working in there has also been a big add to that. And just in the last couple of weeks, the State Water Board approved an expedited permit process that we think will be helpful. The Fish and Wildlife Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, approved a process about a week or so ago that sustainable conservation has really been working. I'm sorry, Ashley's not here to add to that. But yeah, I think those are really good, and they're going to be tested. I think, quite honestly, we're using these voluntary agreement projects as kind of the early projects for all those processes, and working with sustainable conservation in that. So I think that will be really helpful. The CEQA exemption that was passed and signed by the governor last year, I think will be really helpful for these restoration projects. So yeah, I think there's just a lot of momentum there, Karen. The second part on the biodiversity, boy, again, that's, to be honest, why we're so excited about the landscape, right? I mean, that's where the biodiversity is, right? I mean, yes, there's some biodiversity in the river itself, but the biodiversity comes from that landscape, right? And from the food source on the landscape, from the, kind of the energetics there that we created. And we've seen that it works for the Pacific Flyway, right? And now we're just kind of translating that into the fish world. And the fish have a little bit harder time. They don't have quite the mobility, obviously, that the birds do, but we're finding that they're very creative in the way they find food, and like all of us. And they're finding the food in the river system when we flush the fields back into the river. So I think it's showing a lot of promise. And I think that's the biodiversity, right, that we're really trying to seek. And that water out on the ground can also be for groundwater recharge, right? So that's your multi-benefit. It's not only out there for the 225 species that's in the rice field, but it could also be for groundwater recharge and other multiple benefits. So yeah, I think this is really where people are coalescing around and getting excited about.
All right, David?
Well,
Great
thank
to
you
have
very much.
here.
It was just
I
a great
thought for
joy to
sure-
be here.
I
And
thought for sure Bryce would have a question for you.
Bryce has all the answers. Oh, no.
Bryce has all the
So,
answers. Bryce doesn't have questions. He has
And we have
answers.
public comment as
Yeah.
well, so
He's passing.
you're passing, all right.
Well, David, thank you, and thank you for sharing this. The momentum that you talk about is something I get really excited about. Is there something that we can do as a board, or any area to help keep the momentum, or increase the momentum, or would you say the momentum is going and it's going to just take care of itself?
Yeah, good question. Well, boy, I look to your all thoughts on that, but I mean, the things that come to mind, again, I think there's been really nice momentum. I think, Karen's been obviously amazing in that. You all know that. I think there is obviously, one of the things is there is some transitions going on in the administration. And of course, anytime you have transitions, you have new people coming in, and I think it's going to be important to get some of the new people in these roles to carry the same passion, I think, that the people that have been involved so far and showed up that day with the governor had. So I think that's something that I think this board can sure help with, and that includes, of course, the new Secretary of Cal EPA, presumably ultimately some of the people in the horseshoe that will be carrying this forward, and anybody else who kind of emerges in the new administration over the next some months. So I think that would be the one thing that I would kind of recommend. You may all have some other ideas on that too.
All right, public comment. Josh?
If you'd like to make public comment on this agenda item, please use your hand icon and I will unmute your line. I'm saying no public comment at this time.
How fun is it to be here in person? This has been great.
Very nice, isn't
I
it?
know. Josh said, "Oh, there's a virtual option." I'm like, "No, if you guys are going to be here, I'm going to be here." It's great to see you all in person.
Yeah, good to have you here too. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Good work.
So our next presentation will be on California's water supply strategy, adopting to a hotter, drier future. We have Kayla Unger with the California Department of Food and Agriculture. Welcome. Kayla is CDFA's Special Advisor for Climate, Water, and Drought. Unger was previously an Assistant Cabinet Secretary in the office of Governor Gavin Newsom, and prior to that worked for SGR Consulting, a finance strategy and political consulting firm in San Francisco. Unger is a graduate of UC Berkeley and received a Master of Public Administration degree from Northwestern University. So welcome, good to have you with us.
Here we go. Well, hello, everyone. Thank you for having me today. As the president already introduced me, I'm Kayla Unger. I'm new to CDFA, appointed this summer as Special Advisor for Climate, Water, and Drought. It's a pleasure to meet some of you and see some of you again. So again, thank you for having me. Today, I will be outlining the Newsom administration strategy, the water supply strategy, which was also recently released this summer, which focuses on water supply in the face of the hotter, drier climate that you've now heard so much about. And it outlines California's strategy and priority actions to adapt and protect water supplies in this era of rising temperatures. Next slide, please. Climate change impacts. So, some more depressing statistics for you all, specific to California this time. We are already experiencing climate change. I know I don't need to tell any of you that or anyone in the audience that. More impacts are coming. These include up to 4.4 to 5.9 degree temperature increase, 2-week longer heat health events in the Central Valley, 1/3 decline in snowpack even if precipitation remains stable, 77% increase in average area burned by wildfires, 50% increase in the frequency of extreme fires, 1.1 to 1.9 feet in sea level rise, and for today, up to a 10% reduction in our existing water supply by 2040. Together, these impacts are an existential threat to agriculture. In particular, 8 out of the 20 major crops grown in California, including almonds, wine grapes, table grapes, strawberries, hay, walnuts, freestone peaches, and cherries. California's managed water supply is currently 60 to 90 million acre feet per year. So the impact of a drier climate means the disappearance of about 6 to 9 million acre feet of water supply. Next slide, please. So how is California taking action to protect community water supplies? Some of you already may be familiar with the Water Resilience Portfolio, which was released by the administration in July 2020, and it continues to be the guiding document for this administration. It is a comprehensive suite of actions that support local water resilience. However, the record-breaking temperatures and aridity of the 2012 to 2016 drought, followed so closely by another stretch of similar conditions that we're all experiencing currently, send a strong climate signal that we must heed, and that is why this new water supply strategy document was created. Over the last 3 years, state leaders really are putting their money where their mouth is and have earmarked more than $8 billion to modernize both water infrastructure and management. Next slide, please. So, what is in the water supply strategy? To match the pace of climate change, California must move smarter and faster to update our water systems. The modernization of our water systems will help replenish the water California will lose due to this hotter, drier climate and generate enough water for more than 8.4 million households. The strategy prioritizes actions to capture, recycle, desalt, and conserve more water, including increasing storage, creating storage space for up to 4 million acre feet, allowing us to capitalize on big storms when they do occur, and store water for dry periods. Setting a goal of reusing and recycling at least 800,000 acre feet per year by 2030, enabling better and safer use of wastewater, which is currently discharged to the ocean. Freeing up 500,000 acre feet of water through more efficient water use and conservation, helping make up for lost water due to climate change, and making new water available, which is critical. We must capture stormwater and desalinate ocean water and salty water in groundwater basins, diversifying supplies and making the most of high flows during storm events. Next slide, please. So let's start with the really cool one, I think, which is developing new water supplies. So first, we need to reuse at least 800,000 acre feet of water per year by 2030 and 1.8 million per year by 2040, with most of that additional recycling involving wastewater discharges that are going to the ocean. This also includes expanding brackish groundwater desalination production by 28,000 acre feet per year by 2030 and 84,000 acre feet per year by 2040, and helping to guide the location of seawater desalination projects where they are both cost-effective and environmentally appropriate. Next slide, please. The next is to expand water storage capacity above and below ground by 4 million acre feet. This includes expanding average annual groundwater storage recharge by at least 500,000 acre feet, working with local proponents to complete the 7 Proposition 1 supported storage projects and consider funding other viable surface storage projects, expand the San Luis Reservoir by 135,000 acre feet, rehabilitate our dams to regain storage capacity, support local stormwater capture projects in cities and towns to increase annual supply capacity by at least 250,000 acre feet by 2030 and 500,000 acre feet by 2040. Next slide, please. And now reducing demand. This is the one that I think a lot of folks like to talk about, and we're going to spend a little bit of time here. The first is to reduce annual water demand in towns and cities by at least 500,000 acre feet by 2030. During the 2012 to 2016 drought, Californians did their part to conserve water, with many taking permanent actions that continue to yield benefits. Per capita residential water use statewide declined 21% between 2013 and 2016 and has remained on average 16% below 2013 levels as of 2020. Californians need to step up again, and the state has set a target of 15% statewide conservation. So far, Californians have made progress towards that goal, particularly this summer, but more is needed to cope both with this intense drought and for the long term. In addition, the administration is sponsoring a robust campaign to motivate urban Californians to save water and is working to accelerate the transition of turf or grass to landscapes that use less water, i.e. native and climate-smart gardens. To this end, the state will partner with local agencies to convert 500 million square feet of ornamental turf by 2030, with corresponding investments in programs and policies that incentivize turf conversion. Removal of 500 million square feet of turf could generate 66,000 acre feet of water savings each year at an estimated cost of $1 billion. The second is to help stabilize groundwater supplies for all groundwater users, including a more drought-resilient ag economy. To create a more drought-resilient ag economy, the state is focusing on a series of actions, including continuing to implement the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, to protect communities, agriculture, and the environment against prolonged dry periods and climate change, preserving water supplies for existing and potential beneficial uses. Support local water demand management that includes changes to cropping patterns or even fallowing by building upon this year's investment of $40 million in grants to regional organizations who are working to reduce groundwater reliance and create local and environmental economic opportunities through land use changes. Continue to support conservation and water efficiency practices by agricultural producers, including we're very proud of the major investments in the State Water Efficiency and Enhancement Program, a total of $160 million between the last two budgets. Further, continue to support flexibility in local land use decisions to protect beneficial uses and users, including agriculture, and continue direct investment and technical assistance in drought relief for agriculture with dedicated funding to assist socially disadvantaged and underserved populations, including $25 million for the CUSP program at CDFA, California Underserved and Small Producers Program, which is supporting them directly during this mega drought. Next slide, please. And the fourth strategy is to improve forecasting, data, and management. Crucial to achieving the water supply actions described is a common, readily available set of facts about water supply and use, better forecasting, and integrated use of data and technology. This includes improving data collection and modernizing forecasts for a changed climate, improving the flexibility of current water systems to move water throughout the state, and modernizing water rights administration for equity, access, flexibility, and transparency. On the second point of improving current water systems, DWR has proposed to modernize the State Water Project through conveyance in the Delta. Had the proposed project been operational in 2021, the project could have captured and moved an additional 236,000 acre-feet of water into the San Luis Reservoir during that winter's few large storms. DWR will advance the design of and draft environmental impact report for the proposed Delta conveyance project, which would conduct new intakes along the Sacramento River and a tunnel under the Delta to safeguard State Water Project deliveries and ensure the State Water Project can make the most of these big but infrequent storms. Further, DWR will disperse $100 million included in this year's state budget to support costs of repairing 4 major canals along the San Joaquin Valley that are currently damaged due to subsidence. And lastly, on water rights modernization, to make a century-old system work in this new era, the State Water Board needs accurate and timely data, modern data infrastructure, and increased capacity to halt diversions when the flows in streams diminish. These improvements are a necessary predicate to modernize our water rights system in a manner that respects water right priorities and aligns with current values and public needs. Next slide, please. Implementation. With funding from the recent state budgets, the state has billions upon billions of dollars to advance this strategy. The 2021-2022 state budget included $5.2 billion in drought response and water resilience funding over 3 years. In addition, the summer state budget provided another $2.8 billion. Some quick highlights from all of this money include $2.4 billion to protect drinking water and wastewater infrastructure, support local supply projects and planning, support water recycling projects, and install treatment systems on drinking water wells contaminated by PFAS. $800 million is included to support ready-to-go local drought projects and help local managers develop new projects that could make a difference in the event of continued dry conditions and future droughts. $200 million is going to pay for a portion of repairing major canals damaged by subsidence in order to facilitate movement of water across and within the state. $160 million for grants to assist farmers and ranchers with on-farm water efficiency. $100 million for dam safety and flood management. $50 million in grants and regional groups trying to chart a future with less irrigated farmland. And $40 million dedicated to research projects. So again, just a sample of some of the incredible investments that are being made to make this strategy a reality. And with that, thank you for your time, and I'm here to take any questions.
Thank you, Kayla. We'll go ahead and open it up for questions. Boy, after all we heard today, I don't think, I think everybody's,
Hi,
Julie, go ahead.
I have a question. Thank you so much for your presentation. You said that you're planning on a 500 million acre conversion of turf, and I was just, by 2030, I'm wondering what are you converting it to specifically?
Yes, so there's a suite of local programs that the state is supporting to help incentivize homeowners, renters, et cetera, to help take rid of ornamental turf, so really the kinds of grass you might see out in some folks' front yards and the like, and turning them into more drought-tolerant landscaping. I like the phrasing that we're starting to use, which is grass to garden. So taking that grass and converting it into a climate-smart and hopefully native plant nursery kind of planted garden that will help to not only conserve water, it will help support native pollinators, it will help support native species. So that's the end vision of where that investment would go.
Oh, Bryce has his hand.
Yeah, go ahead, Bryce.
Thank you so much, Kayla. It's just wonderful to hear all that the administration is doing. I just mostly want to applaud you and applaud the administration, especially in relationship to modernization. California is a thirsty and dry state and an incredibly large state, and having modern systems is just so important. You know, I would say I look to Governor Pat Brown as being really the first implementer of our modern water systems, but look to Governor Newsom as the governor who modernized them for this century. Thank you so much.
I have more of a comment. One of the things that has been a top priority for this board is continued investment to make sure that we have safe, affordable drinking water to all of our communities. And the budget includes significant continued investments in that priority for us. I think it's important to remind the board that we've been on this for quite some time and will continue to do that. And then to say thank you to Kayla for choosing us. We feel very fortunate to have her and her expertise, and it's the first time we've had a dedicated position for climate, water, and drought. And as we heard from our very first presenter, that takes some integrated thinking all the way through. So we're very fortunate to have Kayla with us.
Yeah, Kayla, as you know, this will be a hot topic for a long time.
Job
So
security.
you definitely have security here. But no, it is. It's great to hear really all that the governor has put together for California for water reliance long term. It's desperately needed, and I was really glad to hear that we're including desalination in part of the program now as well. So good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris?
Thank you for your presentation, Kayla. I may have missed it, but I remember, maybe it was years ago through UC Merced and their Sierra Nevada Research Institute, a lot of work and study performed with regard to forest management, and managing it from a water capture, capacity perspective, and trying to increase the opportunity for whether it's snowfall or increase in moisture, the ability for that water to, more successfully migrate into the existing reservoir system to then at a later date become available. So I was just curious with regard to perspective today and funding opportunities where that may exist.
That's a great point. Thank you for raising that. I would have to go back and probably check with our colleagues at the Natural Resources family who are doing a lot of that integrated thinking of really the full ecosystem, from the snowpack all the way to the coast of where that water is flowing, how it's being absorbed. But through this strategy, there's a specific focus on understanding that as the snowpack decreases, even when we have precipitation that does that normal flow from snowpack out all the way to the sea, there's going to be more and more absorption at every step along the way by our soils, by the entire ecosystem. So knowing that we're just having that decrease overall is part of the key strategy, and knowing that we need to engineer our future in that light, I think is part of the focus of this strategy in particular.
And I would like to add that in the governor's first 2 years, there was huge investment set aside for forest and woody biomass management, which really we all talk about from the top of the mountain all the way to the beach, but that it really got set aside under avoiding forest fires, but that management will also have water benefits. We just aren't measuring it within this particular document. I just wanted to remind you, I think it's several $billion that I remember.
Any other questions? If not, yep, Bryce?
Kayla, do you feel like we'll have strong support for all these measures in California? I was at a meeting yesterday speaking with some representatives from Southern California Water and asked them about desal. And they had mentioned that desal was a part of their portfolio, that they have one large desal project at this point in the Carlsbad area. They were working on a second one in the Huntington Beach area that was not approved. I forget if it was voted down by locals or it just wasn't approved by permitting process. But they were saying that needs to be part, agreeing, I think, with the plan, but whether or not we can actually adopt some of those things, or how would you respond to that? I hadn't heard that there was a large plant proposed for Huntington Beach.
Yes, there was a project that was did not make it through the process. The Coastal Commission did have some concerns with the project, and they have jurisdiction. So that is another piece of the state puzzle, if you will, in terms of jurisdiction and permitting. However, there are innovations that are actually being presented to us with the state on new ways to look at desalination that are not the typical kind of directly offshore method, which is exciting. We look forward to hearing more about new innovations all the time in this space. And then also brackish water desalination will also become increasingly important as sea levels rise and as drought worsens the salinity barrier. So that's another really exciting avenue and a huge opportunity for desalination that's a little bit outside the typical model of what people think of. But that being said, this supply strategy includes greater coordination, again, with the natural resources family, of some of the permitting and streamlining processes that need to be taken into account in order to move those projects forward in the future.
Bryce, one thing of interest is that the governor's asked us to look at, could we do some pre-siting, like identifying these are suitable areas and focus on that. But I agree with Kayla, the opportunities for treating brackish water in our interior, meaning the Central Valley, oftentimes they're smaller scale and much more affordable. And I think it's an important piece of this overall look at recycled water. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Very true. All right, can you check online for us, Josh?
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this agenda item, please use your hand icon and I will unmute your line.
And also, anyone from the audience here today, if they would like to make a comment, you're more than welcome to step up.
And Jeff, your line is unmuted.
Yeah, this is Jeff Vanden Heuvel with Milk Producers Council. Really great to see these presentations and to hear from Kayla about the governor's strategy. I think one thing that's important for us to recognize, and I think it's there, but I wanted to make a note of it, is that historically water projects, we've had this idea that user pays. And so we built water supply projects that people were willing to pay for, could afford to pay for. And as we end up with, we built a lot of stuff over the decades. And what we need to do now is for the good of our entire society, including, people and the natural world. And those projects are very, very, very expensive. And the only way that they can be done is if the public steps up and provides assistance and funding. And so it's good to see the commitment that's been made so far. I guess I think we should be thinking that there's going to be much, much, much more required if we're going to be able to continue to flourish as a society in California with the challenges that we're facing. And I think we need to look at water much in financing a water supply much more like we've built the university system and we built a lot of other infrastructure, which was necessary for us to develop as a society. And I think now we're recognizing that water supply is also public infrastructure that will require a very significant public investment in order to be successful. So thank you for that opportunity to make a comment.
Good comment,
Jeff.
Jeff. Thanks.
I have no further comments online.
All right. Bob?
Hello? There we go. I'm no rock star, believe me. To answer Bryce, I'm Bob Gore from the Gualco Group. One of our clients is the South Coast Water District, which is working with the Resources Agency, the Governor's Office, and other folks for a desal project, a large one, about 5 million gallons per day, that'll use Doheny State Beach to build our intakes, which are already cleared CEQA. We present to the Coastal Commission next week, and the staff has recommended approval. So it looks very good. But again, it's like Kayla said, it's a traditional ocean desal. We also represent the city of Antioch, which is what the governor visited and is just now finishing a large desal plant. But we look forward to some more brackish inland innovations as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Kayla, I think that wraps it up. I really appreciate you coming in, presenting to us today, and getting to know us better. So we look forward to having you here again in the future.
Thank you so much.
I think you're a real addition to the CDFA staff. And at this time, we're going to take a break for lunch. And what time do we have, Josh? And we'll return 12:45.
Cool. We're getting a long break. Very
Yep,
generous.
there we go. All right, we're going to go ahead and call the meeting to order. Are we online? We are. Excellent. Good to have everyone back with us. We are going to shift gears a little bit. We're going to have a panel discussion on USDA Climate Smart Commodity Awards. So we have with us Denise Mulinax from the California Dairy Research Foundation, Alicia Rockwell and Dan Snokey with Blue Diamond Growers, Steve Brazil, Elevated Foods, Christopher Covey with Soil Inventory Project. He'll be on via Zoom. So Denise is the Executive Director of the California Dairy Research Foundation, an independent nonprofit foundation with a mission to lead and deliver the best research and science-based programs in support of the California dairy industry. Alicia is the Chief Government Affairs Officer at Blue Diamond Growers. Blue Diamond is an agricultural cooperative and marketing organization and is the world's largest tree nut processing and marketing company. Steve is founder and CEO of Elevated Foods. Elevated Foods is a mission-driven company formed to bring transparency to the fresh produce supply chain and return more profit to the farmers growing our food while increasing the health of people and planet. Dr. Chris Covey is the Assistant Professor of Environmental Studies and Sciences at Skidmore College and the co-founder and president of the Soil Inventory Project, a management-focused, producer-driven public data collection campaign to attribute impact to sustainable agriculture. So welcome. Would you like to join us up front? And we'll get started. Starting with Denise. Denise, you're up first. You are. Welcome. Good to have you with us today. I think Josh you gonna handle the slides for them? Okay.
Testing, are we on? Okay. All right, I guess that's good. Okay, well, good afternoon, everyone. First, I just want to say thank you for having me. It's a real pleasure to be with you all this afternoon. Again, my name is Denise Mulinax, and I'm the Executive Director with the California Dairy Research Foundation. And it's my pleasure this afternoon to just spend a little bit of time with you talking about the recent grant that we received from USDA through their Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities grant program. Go ahead with the next slide. So we received a grant in the amount of $85 million on behalf of the California dairy industry, which we were very, very pleased to accept on behalf of the industry. And I will say that it calls it partnerships, and this application or this project truly is a collaboration. It's a partnership of basically the entire California dairy industry. So I included sort of a whole plethora of logos up there for you so you could see all of the entities that are involved. I won't list them all off, but starting off with your very own, CDFA is a very prominent player, which I'll go into more detail on that in just a minute. But our university system, everyone from our organization to the California Dairy Quality Assurance Program, CMAB, Dairy Cares, the 3 trade associations, our largest processor in the state, and entities that they do business with in Nestle and Challenge Butter are all part of this collaborative project. The official name of the project is Partnering to Invest in and Build Markets for California's Climate Smart Dairy Producers. Go ahead. So there's 4 major components of the grant project. Again, the first one is the implementation of climate smart dairy practices, and we're going to do that through CDFA's Office of Environmental Farming and Innovation. department. The second one is really research, right? Going out on farm and measuring, quantifying, and then verifying those carbon, greenhouse gas, and nitrogen benefits that we're able to capture through those projects. And we're going to do that through the university system. We have a very strong team there. The third component is outreach and education, which again, we're very strong. We'll be utilizing UC Cooperative Extension and the California Dairy Quality Assurance Program, or CDQAP. And fourth, or last but not least, is the development of climate smart product markets. And we're going to do this through, it's kind of a two-pronged approach through CMAB and through California Dairies, or CDI. Go ahead. All right, so one of the real reasons that I think we were able to bring a large amount of dollars into our state through this project was that we're able to hit the ground running, in part because we have some really, really strong programs here in California that we're able to build upon. And again, the first one and very prominent is the utilization of CDFA's Alternative Manure Management Program, or AMMP program, and that's how we'll be dispersing funds out to our dairy producers for the implementation of these advanced climate smart practices. And we're going to target roughly 85% of the grant dollars. So 85% of that 85 million will go direct to dairy producers for the implementation of those practices. We're going to target greater than 50 dairies. And the way we structure the grant to enable us to do that is that we are going to provide through the grant dollars up to $1,000 per cow with a max of 1.5 million per dairy facility. And then they will have the potential for an additional match with CDFA AMMP funds, which you all know is the $750,000. So for a single project, a single dairy project could receive up to $2.25 million for the implementation of these practices. And these practices are expensive, so that was a very, very important component. Go ahead. So we talk about advanced manure management practices, and that's practices that reduce both greenhouse gases as well as the nitrogen surplus. So we're addressing both air and water quality issues. And I put a couple of pictures up there. By no means highlights all of the practices that we included, but we're looking at things like polymer flocculant-based solid separation, things like vermifiltration, the algae raceways with a moving bed biofilm reactor, even things like aerated static piles. But we're also leaving it open to other practices that dairymen may come up with as long as they meet the criteria and that they reduce both greenhouse gases and nitrogen surplus. And obviously those will be reviewed by a technical committee and have to be approved. Go ahead. The second real large component of this grant is a really robust in-field research program, and we're going to accomplish that through, again, our UC partners in UC Riverside and UC Davis. So they'll actually get out on these facilities once those practices have been implemented or once the dairies have been identified, and they'll do a pre and post practice implementation measurements for all of the important criteria. So, you know, things like volatile solids, nitrogen balance, obviously methane's in the mix, N2O, ammonia, and the like. And the real benefit of this is that they will be able to identify for both our calculator that we use through the AMMP, through the CDFA program, as well as for USDA's COMET planner, the right measurements to include in those calculations for these practices. Go ahead. The other thing that we'll be doing is what we call a multifaceted communication or education outreach program. Again, we have very strong programs in our CDQAP, in our UC Cooperative Extension, and also with sustainable conservation. So we'll be doing things like demonstration days out at these facilities. We'll also be doing things like webinars and videos, which we now have a lot of experience in, thanks, I guess, in part to COVID, unfortunately, but in part to a grant that we actually received through CDRF, CDQAP from CDFA on the existing AMP program. So we've done this. We have some experience doing this, but we'll also do the old-fashioned printed materials. So we're going to use that both as a way to educate producers, but also to sort of champion the program, because producers are not willing to implement these practices until they understand them and they can have some dialogue with those producers and understand how they're going to fit into their dairy operation. Go ahead. So last but not least, the climate smart dairy market building. I'll be the first to admit this component is, I think, the one that we kind of know the least about, but is obviously one of the most important components, right? So we're going to hit this with sort of a two-pronged approach, if you will. The first one is through the CMAB. Obviously, they are charged with major promotion of dairy products in the state, and they're going to be doing a consumer market messaging analysis for us. So really looking and seeing, which messages are most effective for consumers in terms of climate smart products. And then we're also, our largest processor in the state, I feel like really stepped up to the plate here and partnered with us. And they're going to be working with Challenge Butter and with Nestle to develop these climate smart milk products. So we can set up a way to bring these added dollars back to producers and really benefit them from implementing these practices on farm, which, as you know, has been a real challenge. Go ahead. Okay, so last slide, a little bit, I call it by the numbers. So basically USDA is giving us $85 million. The project cost match that we feel like we'll be able to provide is up to $38 million, and that'll be a combination of, CDFA dollars, private dollars of different kinds, as well as in-kind match. And we're targeting, again, over 50 dairies and over 76,000 cows. So not just a little splash in the bucket. My team basically said, let's go big or go home. So we're going to be out there rounding up a lot of projects. And then we think the project benefits, our first calculations are that we'll be able to achieve 382,000 metric tons of CO2 equivalent annually, which will get us a long way to meeting both our in-state target as well as on a bigger scope with those greenhouse gas reductions. Go ahead. And that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions now or after all of the presentations.
Maybe we can wait till after the presentations. Thank you.
You want me to go next?
So go right ahead.
Yeah, the deck coming up. Yeah. While he's working on that, I'll make a quick intro. This was my first time presenting to you in person, so thank you for having me. I've had the opportunity to participate online over the last couple of years during the pandemic with the food box response that we participated in, so it's great. It's great to see everybody. We formed Elevated Foods a couple of years ago. Well, let me back up a quick second. I'm born in Brawley, California. I'm from Brawley, California, born and raised there. My father was a farm labor contractor, so I grew up working alongside migrant workers from the time I was 10 or 11. Probably not legal, but my dad would take me to work with him every day. And I learned the value of hard work, and I also learned that I wanted to go get an education. So I went and studied agriculture at the University of Arizona and went to work for a couple of multinational companies, Sun World International being the first one and the Damari Company being the other, before launching my company, Sunterra Produce, in 2000. And so Sunterra Produce is a traditional grower, packer, shipper. We either grow our own vegetables, fruits and vegetables, or we partner with multi-generational family farms to a joint venture with them to grow the crops that we need for our contracted customer base and work together to develop profitable outcomes. Our main items are leafy greens, so all of your lettuces, broccoli, cauliflower, all those exciting items, plus watermelons, cantaloupe, sweet corn, all those items that we enjoy in the springtime. So that's a little bit of background on me. About 3 years ago, we formed Elevated Foods. Next. And the reason why we formed Elevated Foods was to really focus on some of the challenges that we were seeing as Sunterra, like as a shipper, as a mid-sized grower, packer, shipper, small actually, in comparison to some of the giants that we've all heard of, and really the challenges that are being implemented and created that are new to us. And those are really, consumer-driven demand on transparency, on knowing where their food is from, how it's grown, where it's grown. And then as an answer to that, the produce buyers that we talk to, the commercial produce buyers that we talk to are working to do one of two things. One, develop new sources of supply that meet their new metrics. And if you look at any major retailers' commitments to their board and to their investors on how they're going to source their products, you'll see that it's a lot different than what it looked like 20 years ago. And as you might imagine, as a farmer with normal challenges that we have every day to really address those things are a real uphill battle. And then so, for what really happens is these small farmers and farmers of all sizes are really in danger of getting left behind due to this rapidly changing industry if they don't make these changes. Next. And I just selected 4 retailers. I could have made this page, I could have put 50 retailers on there. Every retailer has things that they're important to them. Costco, they're have an incentive and pay a premium for farmers who participate in the Equitable Food Initiative, which provides transparency on labor is a great example. Walmart with their Project Gigaton working on the environment in that regard. And then every other retailer out there has expectations and milestones for how they're going to purchase their product and really presenting challenges for producers of all kinds. Next. So how do we do that? And so when we formed this company a couple of years ago, way before the Climate Smart grant opportunity was even a reality, our business model was very well aligned with what the Climate Smart mandate is, which is to identify farmers, implement and implement these Climate Smart practices, help identify and implement those, measure the outcomes, which is something that we haven't been doing. As we all know as farmers, there's a lot of anecdotal reporting. A lot of times it's, I have it written down, it's in the back of my pickup under the seat, I'll grab it later and I'll put it onto a spreadsheet and we'll get it put together. Those types of things that we all kind of go through and really kind of, work with that technical support to provide them with that ability to track and measure those. And then thirdly, and what I feel most importantly, is creating new commercial markets for farmers. And that can be accomplished in a few different ways. One of them is through market premiums for once we showcase to the consumer and to the customer the Climate Smart practices we're doing, the premiums that can be achieved. We've seen that happen in the organic arena. Similarly, I think we'll see it in the Climate Smart arena. And then also identifying new markets that didn't exist before. And those could be, food banks and medically tailored meal programs that I'll dig into a little bit further next. So when we talk about yeah, you can go next slide, Josh. So when you talk about what is a sustainability strategy, and so it's, we have 3 different pillars. And so you have your sustainable farming practices. So those are things that we can help them implement on farm that would positively impact the environment. And then resource conscious operations. So we call that packaging, different types of plastic to utilize in the production and packaging of our produce. It could be the freight that we use to get it to the final destination. It could be regional growing systems to cut down food miles, et cetera. And then thirdly, our third pillar is nourishing food and communities, which is really trying to identify that 20 to 30% of the produce that never leaves the field or never leaves the packing house because of a blemish, or it might be too big, or it might be too small and doesn't quite fit the requirements of mainstream commercial business. Next. So this slide is meant to look as confusing as it is. There's a great idea. I met with a farmer several months ago, and I was talking to him about the elevated foods idea and platform, and I printed this piece of paper out and put it in front of him. And he said, "I'll do whatever you say, just don't ever put that piece of paper in front of me again." And what that is, and Don's nodding his head because he knows it, so if you're a farmer and you want to come up with a solution for anything, pollination, irrigation, field sensors, water management, fertilizer management, nutrient management, there are several, if not dozens. This could have been another one of those four-page slides. And what this does for farmers, this confusion really creates inaction. Because as a farmer who's trying to, the exact wording I got from the farmer was, I have 10 loads I need to ship to Walmart today, 10 tomorrow, 10 the next day. When this technology catches up, call me and then I'll implement it. But in the meantime, I got work to do. And so those are the challenges that we're really facing, and how we provide the pipeline for ag tech companies to get access to farmers. Ag tech companies, and we kind of jokingly, we say this in the industry, is they come up with fantastic solutions for problems that don't exist. And it's not their fault. And I place equal blame on our industry as farmers. When these companies call and want to come onto the farm and do things, we generally aren't as receptive as we should be. And so as equally as important as it is for farmers to have that technical support to adopt these technology companies are starving for the opportunity to be able to work with farmers and implement and better their technologies so that they can then sell those to these farmers. Next. And so what are ag technologies? You know, people get confused about ag technology. They think it just means robots, or we were talking about weeding machines that can zap. There's 5 different kinds of weeding machines. You can zap it with a laser beam. You can spray it with a water solution that kills it. You can have a physical robotic arm that removes the weed. I mean, there's more than one way to do that. And other ideas of technology are biological fertilizers. We did a trial with a customer this year that said, hey, we want you to utilize biological fertilizers in lieu of synthetics, and let's do a trial and see how it progresses through the field and what the final impact is as it comes out the back door. It could be market intelligence across their brands, financial services and financial tools that we're going to work to develop to help farmers really adapt these new technologies. And really, it all begins, and we believe, with digitizing farm operations. So by utilizing the funding that this grant is going to provide, every farmer that we onboard with their operations will be digitized, which allows them to establish a baseline. That way they can say, you know, the next year and the following seasons, here's what we've done since then, a measure and improve approach, and really a customized approach, because the technologies and processes that work for an apple grower in Wenatchee, Washington do not work for a lettuce grower in Brawley, California. But there are applicable technologies and techniques for each one of the segments that would work and fit and kind of fit the idea and the concept behind climate smart commodities. Next. And really, USDA was really excited about our thoughts around building a brand and building not necessarily one brand, but building awareness around what climate smart practices are. And I use this slide only to show that in every part of the supermarket, there are these companies that have portfolios of products that fit certain segments of the grocery store. And if you've noted, we all can name several produce brands that are really big in and of their own respect, but there really is no aggregation of like-minded growers that are applying similar practices so that somebody knows whether they pick up an apple or a zucchini and it's a climate smart product, that it has that alignment with their purchasing goals. And it really kind of shows, and I kind of found it very interesting that, you know, almost 70% of shoppers will pay more for product that's branded, that's really in alignment with what their personal values are. And those are the types of premiums we're looking to associate with farmers who adopt these practices. Next. So one example of one of the new markets that we've worked to develop and been very successful at is the food box program. And our participation in the food box program was born out of the Farmers to Families food box program in May of 2020. I apologize to Secretary Ross because I continually barge into her email inbox with updates of what we're doing, but it's just been so exciting to see a program that the unintended really outcomes that that program created. It forced us in the room with nonprofits and food banks and people in our food system that we really didn't have a close association with. And that program allowed us to really think like, wait a minute, now we have an outlet for some products that don't quite fit what retailer A, B, and C want, but are fantastic and can be utilized in our communities. And we can provide a secondary revenue stream for growers who currently throw those away or sell them for marginal price, juice, et cetera. And so, through that program, we've been able to ship almost 3.5 million boxes to food banks and other areas throughout the Western U.S. And what that kind of led to, we're continuing to do that with fantastic partnerships with the California Association of Food Banks and others, is that visibility. And because that food was in that community, when the Medi-Cal system came out with these new 14 community supports that are now going to be offered. If you're a Medi-Cal recipient in California, medically tailored meals made it on the list of one of those 14 items, which was mind-blowing. In Orange County, to Cal Optima, who operates the Medi-Cal system or administers it in Orange County, went one step further and they said, let's offer a medically tailored fresh fruit and vegetable box that's tailored to specific health conditions. So we have a box that's specific for diabetes, ones that are specific for hypertension, ones that are specific for high blood pressure, et cetera. There's 5 or 6 boxes. And some of you may know that 25% of our population is on Medi-Cal. So Orange County has almost 1 million people. Just in Orange County alone, 1 million people on Medi-Cal that now have this as an option. So we've been able to develop a final mile delivery piece. So imagine Amazon, imagine Blue Apron, imagine HelloFresh. These types of boxes that all of us get to enjoy when we order and get them delivered to our home are now going to be a benefit for people with Medi-Cal, with the goal of encouraging the consumption of fresh fruits and vegetables, with the final outcome of being less impact on the medical system. And so I think people are starting to realize that the modest investment in fresh fruits and vegetables is resulting in positive health outcomes that are better for everybody. And so this initiative was kind of one of the things that spearheaded what we really wanted to do, really kind of showcased how government can work together with private companies to elevate our food systems. Next. And finally, the best for last, so as we were working on this concept and on this company, and about 6 months ago, this opportunity came up in the USDA Climate Smart Partnerships for Climate Smart Commodities. And I kind of glanced at it, and then I read a little bit deeper. And when I saw what it was asking to do, where it says identify farmers and apply technologies, measure those outcomes, and find new markets, I thought to myself, we were in the room when they wrote this grant. This is perfect for what we were talking about. The thing that really excites us is, as we know, this grant program is spread out across all of agriculture, so it covers all kinds of areas. So we were obviously concerned that specialty crops wouldn't have as much sway as some of the bigger commodities. We were ecstatic to learn that we were awarded the $20 million, and that's in no small part due to the fact that we had the support of our partners, California Department of Food and Agriculture. I want to thank them for being a supporter and participating in this. World Wildlife Fund is a tremendous organization that is working in food in many different ways that we've been able to partner with them on. A.G. Kawamura's Solutions for Urban Ag, that we're going to take the learnings of working with large commercial scale farmers and take those same technologies and practices and utilize those with small farmers throughout the U.S. Why can't a 5-acre farmer grow in a climate smart way? Why does it only have to be a 5,000-acre farmer that can do that? And then so by doing so, we'll be able to spread these practices throughout the U.S. and really, incentivize these farmers and help them establish these systems. And we're also working with the University of Arizona's Cooperative Extension Office down in Yuma, Arizona, which will be very helpful for the desert production as we're heading into these drought conditions and figuring out how we're going to feed everybody with limited resources. So it's been a tremendous few weeks. We've been very excited about it, really excited to get to work. And again, just a great example of how government and private industry can work together to solve problems that exist for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. Fascinating.
Hello.
Yep.
Yep, you're good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Secretary Ross, President Cameron, thank you very much for inviting us here today. We're thrilled to have this opportunity to share with you our journey to accomplishing these climate smart funds. First, just a little backdrop to set the stage. We are Blue Diamond Growers, a 112-year-old grower-owned cooperative, marketing cooperative here in California. We represent in our membership about 3,000 almond growers and their families, mostly multi-generational family farms, and we average size of 100 acres or less. Almonds are all we do at our cooperative. And I have to say that almond industry is well poised to advance climate smart practices. We are amongst the most proactive on sustainability in California, with the most active research programs in the state. Our industry's federal marketing order, the Almond Board of California, designed and implemented a sustainability platform more than a decade ago. Data collected from almond growers, voluntary participation has provided for credible information on water efficiency, pollinator habitat, integrated pest management practices, and much more. Over a year ago, Blue Diamond Growers accelerated our membership participation with an incentive program based on the ABC platform and supported the entire industry by accelerating the number of almond acres using sustainable practices. In fact, we achieved over 1,000% growth in acres based on that incentive program. Basically, I wanted to just set the stage a little bit for our filling out and submitting this application, and then I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Dan Sankey, who is our Director of Sustainability, to go into more of the details of the application itself. But back in January of this year, you may recall, Secretary Vilsack signaled the department's continued focus on climate change with highlights from their climate work over the year 2021. And it was a very robust presser that they put out, kind of highlighting all those activities. Then in February, USDA announced the $1 billion investment in climate smart commodities, expanding markets and strengthening rural America. USDA partnerships for climate smart commodities applications, the first tranche, were due in April. It was a very aggressive timeframe, which my colleague from dairy over here mentioned earlier, which was part of the challenge for folks who were going after this funding. It had many, many parts to it, which Dan will go into in a moment. So the funding for climate smart activities on farms is what it provided specifically with a connection to markets. So carbon markets or broader market recognition of ecosystem benefits was one of the things that they were looking for. Blue Diamond Growers was well established with our connection to our membership of 3,000 growers and also our direct connectivity to both domestic and international markets through our brand products and our ingredients division. So that really did help in the application to be able to demonstrate how we will drive this into the marketplace. In early March, Blue Diamond began signaling to our USDA contacts our intention to apply and the reasons we felt confident we could execute the funds to deliver success for all stakeholders. And in July, we hosted in Washington, D.C. briefings to congressional and administrative staff highlighting our orchard production stewardship and programming. And Dan was with me there and actually did those presentations, which were extremely effective. So now it's my pleasure to turn this over to Dr. Dan Sankey to give you more of our details on the application.
Thank you, Alicia. So I had the sustainability programs at Blue Diamond Growers and worked with Alicia on putting together a team that submitted this proposal. We were pleased to get the announcement that we have $45 million awarded to us through this grant over a 5-year proposal period. And beginning in October, like our colleagues here, we'll be negotiating the final contract with the USDA on the deliverables. But in our proposal, we selected 4 climate smart activities appropriate to almonds to fund. So the first was annual cover cropping between the rows of the almond orchard. And I should mention that these first 3 practices are all oriented at co-benefits. So not only are they climate smart, but they also are key to our pollinator protection programs in almonds. So annual cover cropping being the first, second being conservation plantings, which is essentially cover cropping permanent perennial plants outside the orchard, sometimes called the bee pasture, to sequester carbon and provide pollinator habitat. Permanent hedgerows alongside orchards, often native trees or shrubs, again with pollinator and wildlife benefits, but again sequestering carbon. And then the fourth practice is one that is unique to tree crops, but it's called whole orchard recycling, where at the end of the almond orchard's lifespan, the trees are pulled out for replanting, they're chipped up, and then the chips are plowed into the soil to sequester that carbon for an additional 25 or more years, a significant practice for fighting climate change. And all 4 of these practices were selected because of the robust research that the Almond Board of California has funded on these practices to identify their climate change and other associated ecosystem benefits. But also we selected these practices intentionally to align with work that CDFA has done. So first of all, we want to thank CDFA and working with the Almond Board to get recognition for some of these practices in the Comet Planner tool, which the USDA requires us to use as part of this proposal, this project. And so thank you for paving the way for us to being able to do that. And second of all, we intentionally aligned with the Healthy Soils program in targeting what sort of compensation would go to growers and utilizing similar practices, and that was intentional. We don't want to compete with Healthy Soils, but we do want to complement and extend the work that CDFA has already begun. So again, thank you. We'll be working with multiple partners on this to help us with the deliverables. Project APIS-M has been a longstanding partner with us on helping growers try cover crops in their orchard. So they will be securing planting material, planting equipment, and providing technical service to our growers in cover cropping and conservation planting, the first 2 practices. Pollinator Partnership is another NGO that we have been working with for many years on bee-friendly farming certification. And they have expertise and will be securing planting materials and providing technical assistance on hedgerows for growers. We anticipate that we'll see more hedgerows planted in the South Valley due to watering constraints. And then on whole orchard recycling, Dr. Brent Holtz from the University of California Cooperative Extension is the pioneer on research on whole orchard recycling and has agreed to serve as technical advisor for our growers on that practice. We also, as you have heard, all of us have to connect these practices to market incentives, market pulls. So we'll be working with a couple of organizations to help establish verification systems, both internal and for external use with our customers and the USDA. So Sure Harvest Incorporating will be a partner with us, a contractor that some in the room are familiar with. And then their parent company is Where Food Comes From, a firm that specializes in agriculture verification systems. So they also will be partnering with us on that side of the program to connect us to customers. And we do have many domestic and international customers now specifically asking us for climate smart activities, carbon insetting activities that they can utilize in their supply chains. And so this is a perfect opportunity for us to take these practices, identify what they're doing on farms, and connect them to both domestic and international markets. And as Alicia said, we also will continue to work closely with our partners at the Almond Board of California. We intend for every grower that goes through this program to also go through the Almond Board Sustainability Program so that we are capturing the data on these practices for the benefit of the entire industry to continue to position California almonds as a whole as leaders on climate change in the global marketplace. So thank you.
Thank you, panel. We have another presentation that'll be online. and then we'll go to questions.
So I'll just confirm you all can see that.
Yep, we can.
Excellent. So yeah, hi, I'm Chris Covey. As you said, I'm an assistant professor of environmental studies and sciences at Skidmore College, and I'm also the co-founder and president at the Soil Inventory Project. And we're a national scale, not-for-profit soil inventory organization. So we do this through, well, I'll talk more about how we do it. Maybe I want to skip right to the fun part, which is this Climate Smart Commodities grant. So we led the Partnership for Impact and Demand. And I want to echo all of the comments about the timeline on this grant. We joked a lot that this was sort of the USDA Hunger Games. You know, they kind of threw $1 billion in the cornucopia and told everybody, you've got 6 weeks, come up with something. And it was such an amazing process for us, not just pulling together our partners, but the sort of national scale networking that this generated. I think the fact that we ended up with $2.8 billion in the pool for climate smart agriculture is fantastic. But the network effects that are going to follow on this, I think we should all be paying very close attention to the opportunities that will come out of all the partnerships, not just that were cemented within these proposals, but also that have been seeded from the conversations that preceded the submission of the proposals. It really was I would say the most intense flurry of Zoom activity in my professional career. And I think also recognizing this grant pool in the context of the $20 billion that's going to follow in the IRA, I think we're at a watershed moment for agriculture. I think this is a sort of once in a lifetime turning point. And so it's really fantastic to be part of that. And I'm grateful to you all for having me here. And I want to throw out just right away that I would love to chat with the other panelists and dig into more detail in the future about your work and see if there are ways that we can build synergies across our programs. So TSIP, as I said, we're a not-for-profit, we're science-led, co-founded by myself and my partner, Bruno Basso. Bruno and I met down on Al Gore's farm in Tennessee, the Caney Fork farm. We had been brought down there to advise them on soil carbon and climate smart practices a few years ago. And then we had kind of given a report to the farm team, and Mr. Gore in the kind of beginning of the pandemic asked to talk to us, and he said, I think this works fantastic. How do we scale this up? And we said, well, everything that we're doing here is we're building scalable systems. And so we would need to kind of spin up an NGO. We think it's important that this information be held in the public trust, that it be low cost and distributed and reliable. And no such organization exists operating at scale. And so we were able to generate some funding from Walton Family Foundation. I'd be remiss if I didn't actually focus on some early funders out of California from Piscinas Ranch, Globetrotter Foundation, and Tomcat Ranch, really the seed capital that got this organization going. And then continued partnerships with Jackson Family Wines have been tremendously productive for us, and they are partners on this as well. And support Morgan Stanley also helped to get us off the ground and set us up with sort of programming support. And then our fiscal sponsor, the Meridian Institute, is actually the awardee of record on here and handles our back office. We immediately hired a fantastic executive director, Sonali Lamba, who is a proper business person focused on young startups. And her task is to build an organization and turn these sort of the dweeby lab projects coming out of my lab and Bruno's lab into a scalable organization. I'll say that my job is everything that happens in the field. I joke that my job is to get dirt in a bag, geotag dirt in a bag at low cost. And then Bruno is an accomplished agricultural modeler. He runs a lab at Michigan State that is really the only place in the world that runs a full set of the ensemble agroecological geospatial models. So I think, Steve, I think we see the world the same way, and that you see this kind of graph all the time. This idea that you're going to adopt some practice, and then you're going to build soil carbon, and then all of these other benefits are going to follow from aggregation, infiltration, water holding, and nutrient, and that's going to lead to better water quality and stable crop yields and improved crop yields through drought. And they're beautiful diagrams, and I believe this. But as a scientist, I'm looking for data to back it up, and I want to see numbers on this. And also, I think it's important if we're going to have producers adopt sets of practices that we believe in, then we need to be able to put carbon on the balance sheet, and we need to actually be able to put some numbers on this. You can't build a regression equation without numbers on the x-axis. And so we see the fundamental challenge as measuring soil carbon at low cost at field scale, and then aggregating those data at large scale. And so that's what we're doing, right? So we're taking a multi-pronged approach to the soil carbon measurement challenge. And the first is that we're partnering with leaders in agriculture to collect and unify existing data sets. So we partner with folks like Bayer Crop Sciences or Cargill or Corteva, and appeal to them to share data with us, which we can hold private, but we can produce synthetic large-scale data sets in the public interest. We also have this, as I say, the getting geolocated dirt in the bag, which we do using a free mobile application and a low-cost field sampling tool, essentially a novel combination of existing laboratory or existing technologies. My partner Sonali likes to say that it's the 23andMe for soil. When you want to take a genetic test, a technician does not fly to your house to swab your cheek. You get a kit in the mail, you swab your cheek, and you send it through, track it through a lab process. And then the last part of that is combining those field scale data with sort of state of the science, remote sensing and process-based models to be able to benchmark individual growers at a regional scale so that we can build comparisons and really understand the impact of practice adoption at scale. So as I said, we have a mobile application and our field collection kits. The kits are ready, and we can build as many as we want now. And we have the application in beta in both the Android and iOS app stores, hoping to release to our set of partners later this fall. These are the kind of reports that a grower gets. I like to say that the grower uses the system because they get information. So on our left, this is actually from the Caney Fork farm in Tennessee, and looking at a neighboring farm that they just purchased prior to transition, and then the Caney Fork where they've been practicing regenerative practices for about 5 years, and then from a small diversified organic farm in upstate New York. Those are the kinds of things that growers get. I'm going to put this video up, and I'll talk over it really quickly, but this is the process of taking a soil sample, and this is on a partner ranch, Kendall Jackson Ranch, and these are these are post-grad fellows now, but they were doing their undergraduate research on vineyards in Sonoma and Napa counties last summer. And you can see basically that drill bit extracts soil to a fixed depth, 15 centimeters or 30 centimeters, gets poured into a QR coded bag. The bag is scanned within the application, and then that goes into a box, print out a prepaid shipping label. That then gets tracked through a conventional laboratory process for analysis for total carbon by dry combustion. And that's essentially it. It takes about a minute when you're at every spot. And that's at the core of our system, which is that 60 cents of every inventory dollar is spent on an airplane, a rental car, a hotel room, or a conversation with a farmer about a gate code. And all of that is to get geolocated dirt in a bag from a place that a farmer just was. And so what we're working on is a farmer-driven distributed inventory system. So these are the kinds of inventory that we do. This was an undergraduate thesis, again, last summer on 3 Kendall Jackson ranches. These are the sorts of maps that we then make for growers. And then these are the insights that we draw from them. And I put this up. This was a CDFA funded trial from a few years ago on compost and tillage practices on these ranches. And we can actually see significant impacts in just those 3 years from the compost addition in the top and from the full tillage and compost treatments in the lower soil layers. We're going to continue tracking these. But that's the kind of insight that we get from inventory. Again, you can't manage what you can't measure. And so our organizational mission is to build measurements that can inform management at the field scale, while also driving the large scale models that are going to inform markets and policy at larger scales. So now to the good part, right? The partnership for impact and demand. We asked for $21.7 million. I think everybody's in about the same boat, which is that now we're going to go back in October and try and convince the USDA that we can get it done for 20 million. And then we're going to go back to all of our partners and try and find either synergistic cooperative agreements with other projects or additional philanthropic or grant funds to fill in the 1.7 and keep things going. So what do? We're going to pay farmers to adopt practices in some cases. I should say, actually, I should back up. This is a 16, we're working in 16 states with over 120,000 acres. And for a big chunk of those, we're going to pay farmers to adopt practices, no-till, cover crops, compost addition, silvopasture, depending on the system that they're working in. We're going to have them, part of what folks get paid for is to collect data in the field. And we're going to gather those data and model them. And then we're going to share impact metrics and communicate those outcomes to stakeholders and to markets. We're going to be providing farmer support through this process. And again, this is national scale. So our partners, Corteva Agrisciences is going to be working with corn, wheat, and soy row crop growers across 100,000 acres in the Midwestern states, targeting 100 farms, 1,000 acres each. Here we'll pay for data. Corteva will identify farmers who are ready to undertake practice transition or who have already transitioned on known timescales, and then we will pay for data collection. Our partners in California, Oregon, and Washington, Jackson Family Wines and International Wineries for Climate Action, are slated to identify 100 ranches on 10,000 acres in those 3 states. There we will pay for practice adoption and data collection. We have a component on the East Coast, which is the small, diversified, historically marginalized BIPOC-owned farms, working with Nature for Justice and the Glenwood Center, between them 10 to 20,000 acres of practice adoption in those areas. My lab at Skidmore College through TSIP will manage field operations and field scale reporting, the documents that are returned to growers. And Michigan State University, Bruno's lab will handle all the agroecological modeling outputs. We have Veda on board to provide agronomic support and to develop those impact metrics. And then the Meridian Institute as obviously our lead partner, as our fiscal sponsor. So I'll stop there. And then the other thing that I'm going to do is just copy and paste into the chat some links to the kinds of reports that we generate for growers, in case anyone's interested in taking a look at those, a couple of story maps from partner farms. And the last thing I'll say is just, again, thank you all so much, and excited to hear questions and to have follow-up conversations with you all.
Great. Really good presentations from everyone here today. And really want to congratulate all of you on winning the awards to begin with, and I'm sure a lot of hard work that went into getting the application put together. Congratulations. So we'll go ahead and open it up to the board for questions on any of these, for any of the speakers here. Chris?
Yes, this is for Steve with Elevated Foods. Hi, Steve. So I'm fascinated with your experience, particularly because you're a grower shipper and experience, at least through your father as a farm labor contractor. You know, I'm sure you would agree that there's probably not a farmer you haven't run across or directly engaged that is not interested in employing, an environmentally sensitive, responsible, and socially responsible practices, to the extent they can, while being able to achieve profitability for their operation. And so as it relates to your branded program and the relationships you developed with the buyers, the buy side, retail, and considering that for many of these special crops, particularly those that you grow in Imperial, but also throughout California, mainly on a contract deal, how are you seeing the retail buy side except what your polling identified, or the polling you pulled out identified, that people, again, you ask somebody, would you pay more for produce, in this case, produced, I'll say just generally the right way, more responsibly? Yes. How do you see that translate back to a farm through your work through Elevated, where that's actually happening in a sustainable way, so your farmers are thus incentivized because they're achieving that profitability, or at least that margin on their end, while seeing that their relationship is a fruitful one because the retailer is returning again and again at those, what I would call either at market or slightly above market prices to the producer.
There we go. There we go. Thank you. Thanks for the question. It's a great one. What we see, in the produce business, the idea of promoting a price premium is so difficult because it's very hard to quantify. And so in our industry, we like to say that the PO is the premium. And what that means is being the vendor of choice becomes the premium. If retailer X is looking for a new supplier to fulfill the new distribution center they filled, and they are reaching out to their current vendor set, they will go to the ones that have the highest quality of delivery, the ones that meet the requirements, these new requirements that they're extending, and those are the opportunities that exist for those. So all of us as grower, packers, shippers are constantly working to improve the top part of our customer base and kind of cull out the bottom and redo those. And then so as it relates to this specific program, I kind of skipped over a couple of things that I should have pointed out. Through these direct incentives, we are going to pay the growers that are adopting these practices, much like the other folks at the table, to replicate what we feel that premium will be as the market matures. So as this 2 and 3 year program progresses, we really feel that we're going to be able to affect cost savings on grower operations. So it's not so much that the growers are going to have to adopt new practices that cost more money, so therefore they need more money. This is more, these new technologies and techniques and processes are actually going to make them more efficient, allowing them to continue that relationship, and then to be the vendor of choice, to be the first call. I've worked at grower, packer, shippers where we were the first call, and I've worked at grower, packer, shippers where we were not the first call. It's no fun not being the one that's not, you're left over just taking the table scraps of what the people that are doing it the right way, to use your terminology, are doing. So what we think this does, knowing the community of farmers that we work with every day, is farmers helping farmers, not government telling growers what to do. It's identifying common challenges that we all have and finding tools that are acceptable and that work on that level. And Undersecretary Bonnie said it great. He's like, this is a voluntary program for farmers to adopt these practices for the betterment of their operations. And so we really see this as repositioning farms of all sizes, their operations, to be in a position to better adapt to the new realities of the purchasers that are out there. And so a great example too is we received a questionnaire from, we get more social audits than we get safety audits now, to be quite honest. And a lot of these audits are based on transparency of labor. They're based on resource usage. They're based on how much water you're using. We're getting those kind of questions from retailers. Before they were asking how much, and now they're asking all these questions, and we're just, as an industry, not equipped to handle it. A lot of these companies aren't. And when you see even some of these companies that we would all consider very large companies, they're very family-oriented companies that don't have vice presidents of sustainability. They don't have fully developed sustainability ag tech teams. Some of the larger multi-billion-dollar national companies have fully mature departments as it relates to sustainability, ag tech, ESG, all these different things, where a shipper in Salinas or Brawley, California, even though they might be of a significant size, just does not have the resources. And so by applying this shared services model across hundreds of thousands of acres and hundreds of growers, it enables it to be accomplished at a cost that's not prohibitive. Whereas a $20 million grower, packer, shipper, that sounds like a big player, they can't afford to spend the type of money it needs to compete with the multi-billion dollar supplier. Hopefully that answers it.
Joy, go right ahead.
Thank you. Also for Steve, but for everybody, we were discussing at lunch the concerns about terminology. I like the term doing it right. And I also like your comment that the best form of certification is the purchase order. But what are we going to do about aligning terminology so we're all on the same page?
I'll go real quick and then, because the answer is I don't know. And the answer is I share that frustration because we all know what USDA organic is. We all know what US #1 means. We all know what choice grade means. We all know all these different things. I haven't seen a sufficient definition for what sustainable and regenerative production is yet. And then so I'm of the opinion we don't need another certification to put another logo on a package. It's more of a holistic approach, you know, and but those are great points, and all the different words that can be used to describe what sustainability is and all those practices, and I think that's the challenge that we all have up here to identify.
I would just add that I agree with that. You know, there's a lot of terms floating around. I think it's just as hard for consumers to differentiate, you know, what is the meaning of each one of those. I think that's one of the reasons why we included that, you know, market messaging component, is to go out and try and, you know, venture into that to see what does resonate, what's meaningful, what should we be communicating about these products so that consumers do know what they're getting. They're aware of the steps that are being taken on the facilities, whether it's a dairy facility or any you know, type of ag facility, and they can really figure out what their the value is that they're getting for those products.
Well said.
And I think Chris online, you
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think in that sort of conversation Steve was having about the sort of PO as a premium, this idea that there's some folks are going to draw a premium for being able to label their product as a climate smart commodity. Other folks, for it's going to be a social license to operate. In our relationship with the sort of large agribusinesses, what they're trying to do is track impact through their supply chain. They have set some kind of climate or sustainability goal, and then they're looking across their supply chain, down their supply chain, and saying, how do I measure that all the way back down onto the farm? And so what I need my producers to do is provide for me a set of metrics, and then I will use those metrics to report through my supply chain. And if you cannot provide me metrics, then I cannot buy your product from you. And if your metrics are not contributing to my sustainability goal, then you're going to fall very quickly off my list of people that I'm willing to purchase wheat or corn or soy from. So I think in some ways, the conversation about what sustainable or regenerative or climate smart means will come out of this set of 70 awardees who are going to define sets of metrics for individual sectors, be it beef or row crop production or specialty production. I think the other thing that we're going to see is that putting either carbon or nitrous oxide or on the balance sheet is going to allow people to look at, you know, is this best made as a climate smart brand claim that moves up? Is this best sold into the market as an offset? Or is the gain that I get for in terms of yield or yield variability where the rubber meets the road for me? And so to make an example there, and so the idea that this carbon is going to become, or nitrous oxide or methane reductions is going to become another on-farm product, and that's either going to be attached to the brand or sold, or, and I think this is important, particularly in the context of our relationship with specialty crop growers. I would assume the same will end up being true for almonds, but in my opinion, it's certainly true for the wine grape growers, which is that compared to the per acre value of the final crop, when we look at what folks are selling wine grapes for example, it vastly exceeds what a market, even at prices that would approach $60 or $100 a ton, the social cost of carbon, even if you were to see a market that was paying those prices, that the buildup in carbon would be relatively small relative to the value of the final product. So some of that you could think about as brand claim, but I think to understand that part of climate smart is also climate resilience. And I think that's particularly important in what we're going to see ahead of us in California with drought and fire, and where small changes in soil carbon are likely to lead to significant boosts in resilience under drought, for example. And so I think that will be what turns behavior. And again, the key to that is measurement.
Thanks, Ruth. Michelle and Bryce and Linda, how's that?
Thank you for the presentation. So this is a question for the Secretary, Chair. It would be great just to hear maybe, I don't know, a year from now, like we were here what these projects are, and congratulations for the award. And I would love to, it'd be great to get some feedback in like a year from now, like what the results are, what you're seeing, what, challenges you might be running into, et cetera. So just a suggestion.
Well, congratulations on receiving the award. I was just wondering about, does this, as you approach the market, does this add to consumer confusion or add to consumer clarity? We're organic farmers at our operation and have kind of helped, I think, in developing organic standards back in the 70s and 80s and 90s. But there's the USDA standard, there's the regenerative organic standard, and then there's a group called, Real Organic. And I don't think that all that helps consumer clarity. I think in some ways the more different claims and different types of claims, and I have a better claim, or how do you think this will add to consumer clarity versus consumer confusion?
Oh, go Denise.
Well, Denise, I would say on yours, the 85 million in developing plans for manure smart, that's, I think, well, maybe they're all developing best management practices, and implementable practices, but maybe yours is going to be a climate smart ag claim as well.
Is it on now? There we go. I think it will be a climate smart, right? Because they are manure smart in that we will be dealing with manure, right? My favorite topic. But we're specifically looking at, greenhouse gas reductions as well as the water quality benefits, right? The nitrogen benefits. But I agree with you. As we spoke before, I think there's a lot of confusing terminology out there for consumers. And I think it's our job to make sure that we do put the right words around them, that we help consumers understand what the heck does it mean if I buy a product that's climate smart, as opposed to the gajillion other little things that could be on the package for the product that I buy. But I do feel like this is the direction that people are wanting to go. I have younger generation children, and they talk about it's not. I think it's important for them, obviously, and they're in that stage of their lives where they're not making a lot of money, so the cost is important, but they also buy with their heart, right? And so they are looking for some of these climate smart, type of products. They're looking for that freedom that, can I buy this product? Is this something that makes positive impacts in the world, in the land that I live in, as opposed to something it doesn't?
How would you encourage this movement or this plan you're on to compare with grass-fed, like the Andersons in Humboldt County, who have a claim? They have an ROC claim and an organic claim.
Yep.
And say, well, we've got this claim, and we think a consumer should do the manure smart dairy or manure smart program because it's. I mean, would you say that there's a continuum, or would you say, well, don't buy the? How would you? They're both good, right? And you leave it up to consumer to say, well, this one is as good as that one, or do this one, or or retailer stock this item because it's
Yeah, I think they are good concerns. I think it is a bit of a continuum, but I think it's our responsibility as growers to obviously make sure we're doing it right, and that we can accurately describe that for people. And if that's grass-fed, that's one thing, but we know, especially in the case of animals, right, we're producing manure, and there's a lot of concern by different people within the communities and consumers about how are you handling that? Are you protecting our water supply or protecting our air quality, right? So it's important that we inform them about that, about the steps that we are taking, because we are doing an incredible amount. We've already made great strides on this front, and that's the benefit of these grant funds, as I see it, is that they'll, help bolster us forward so that we can continue on our pathway.
My answer would be similar. The organic standard is well established and has a consumer that is actively seeking that out. Blue Diamond doesn't do organic currently, so we're not looking to position our products into the marketplace in competition with organic. We're simply addressing concerns that exist in the broader consumer base, a broader customer base around climate change, the desire for reducing climate change impacts. And we specifically chose practices that had these co-benefits where we can also talk to another, subject of interest to almond consumers, which is the pollinator protection benefits. And so we're not actively seeking to compete against that market premium that organic already has. We're simply shoring up and advancing the consumer base that exists more broadly.
I would just add that it is a concern anytime you're talking about another type of labeling potential on a product of any type. And it really, back to the professor, hopefully these funds and grants will help us to put the metrics behind it so that if we do create something, it's done, it can be very transparent, and it could add to the clarity. But there's always, everybody wants to jump on, identifying that they have a very sustainable, climate-friendly product. We have to resist, right, the temptation to do that from a marketing perspective. And these grants were designed to collect the data, I believe, and bring the transparency so that we can develop something potentially, but hopefully it will avoid some of the confusion that you're concerned about.
I'll just add it. That's a great question, and we've thought about that long and hard over the last couple of years. And again, we don't look at it as trying to find another certification, yet another one to add more confusion. Our approach to this program was helping farmers identify new technologies and processes that make them more efficient and better, A, and then B, helping them tell that story to their customers, whether it's B2B customers or the actual end consumer, showcasing what they're doing, and that is the marketing tool as opposed to a sticker that says climate smart, next to the one that says organic, next to the one that says made in California, next to the one that says this. So there may be that as well, but our approach is really a farmer-centric approach. And again, with these technology adoption, it's really working with middle management on the farms. If you don't have the foreman buying into these technologies, they can find a way to make sure that the technologies don't work the way that you would like them to. It's buy-in. It's really a collective working with farmers who know they need to do something, they just don't know what they need to do yet, and really getting them to that point.
As we're going to move on to Glenda and then Julia, and we need to wrap it up, unfortunately. It was a great conversation. I had to laugh because I bought a bag of cookies from a large place. Said no gluten, no GMO, no glyphosate, and organic. And I mean, there was no more room on the package to put anything. So, that's what we're up against. And as farmers, we get asked many times for certification or prove what you're doing and fill out our sustainability form by so many different buyers that it takes a lot of time. It'd be nice to have a standard. I know that's not going to happen. Glenda, go ahead.
Mostly to Steve, but others that could comment as well. Really love the project. Very excited about it. So I think there's some opportunities to follow up on some other grant proposals we're putting in right now around NSF innovation engines, which this would fit in very nicely with, and some of the others as well. I thoroughly understand why the Arizona Cooperative Extension is the appropriate entity for the Navajo tribe, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that California Cooperative Extension would be thrilled to partner with any of you. But my real kind of question, or maybe seeking a comment, that slide with all the tech logos, we've got those too. And what we're hearing from the farmers repeatedly is it's driving them crazy. And they want somebody to test this stuff for them, you know, kind of like a consumer's reports or a good housekeeping or whatever. And we've recently started doing some of that at our research extension centers, where we've invited in several companies to put their stuff side by side, let us test it, and then just do a very bare bones report. We just are doing our first 2 of those, so I don't know how well it's going to work out, but I think it's got the possibility to really provide a service to the agricultural sector, because farmers can't afford to go spending tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars on technology they don't know is going to work. Whereas for us to be able to let people test it side by side under similar circumstances, we can provide that kind of reporting. Not to pick winners or losers, we don't do that necessarily, but just kind of like that consumer reports, very unbiased reporting. What do you all see as the actual need for something like that?
Incredible need.
Okay.
And Western Growers and Walt Duflocki is doing the same thing.
They've been pushing us to do it.
And just for
actually.
clarification, when we got the announcement for the award was at the South Coast Research Center in Irvine, California. So we are working with California Extension offices, and we will continue to. But that is critical. Those are going to be the first hires we're going to have. We're going to have to really bring on a team that understands ag technology. We can teach them kind of the ag parts and really work through that. But to your point, there's an incredible amount of confusion, incredibly necessary. Would love to work with your organization and partner in any way, shape, or form to avoid redundancy of these types of activities.
Well, let me connect you with our Chief Innovation Officer.
Yes, that'd be
who's
great. So
leading that.
those are great points.
I would add again my agreement as well. We actually just this spring did and summer hosted with Tomcat and the Farm Foundation a call on the fixing the soil health tech stack, looking at in-field soil carbon measurement technologies and lab variation. Just even sending samples to 3 different labs, we get 3 different answers. How big is that variability? It turns out that it's as big as the in-field variability. So if you're even measuring using different laboratories, you're essentially measuring nothing. Then we created these or we're in the process of creating these really high resolution ensemble surfaces that are effectively as close to truth as one is going to get. And you can invite people to come and use technologies on that. I can tell you that most of the people running soil carbon measurement tech stuff have not lined up or beaten down our door to come out and participate. I know that Bayer Crop Sciences hosted a similar competition. The University of Colorado, their new soil carbon center is looking at various technologies for measurement and methods for measurement and trying to unify around that. Soil Health Institute, also the same. Noble Research Institute has done a bunch of work looking at various technologies on their research ranches. I think there's a lot of this going on. This is the first time I've heard someone say it in the vein of a Consumer Reports, but wouldn't that be fantastic? So yes, I think there's a ton of confusion, people working, reinventing the same wheel over and over again in 4 different places. Data being held, I think that's one of the critical challenges in agriculture, is that there are all these pools of disaggregated data that individually are not very powerful, but if they could be brought together into one pile, and I think a lot of the ag tech landscape suffers from the same sets of challenges.
Hi, thanks all for your presentation. I'll be very fast. My question is for Denise. I was just wondering if you are exploring cattle feed with seaweed or garlic, because there have been studies around that mitigating methane, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that.
Aha, don't forget the button. Um, so that's not part of this particular grant, but the short answer to your question is yes. At the California Dairy Research Foundation, we most definitely are looking at enteric solutions as well. We work very closely with Dr. Ermias Cabreb over at UC Davis, and he does a lot of our testing, especially when it comes to byproducts, right? And some of those type of products. For some of the more synthetics or more developed products, obviously we're going to let those companies, because they're pushing an individual product, right? We're going to push them to do some of their own research. But then we'll get into the realm like Glenda was speaking about where, hey, let's line up 8 of them and let's do this independently, side-by-side comparison and see what shakes out and, what type of reductions are we able to get. So,
Well, I'd like to thank our panel. As you see, we could go on for a long time on this and could make it a whole day, but really want to congratulate you and a great idea. Come back and let us know how things go. Oh, public comment. Josh always gets me on that. So,
Yes, if you'd like to make public comment on this agenda item, please use your hand icon and I will unmute your line.
Chris, make sure you read everything.
and while we're waiting, we have someone to speak with us. Could identify yourself in 3 minutes or less, please.
Should I do it in the microphone or?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
Hello, I'm Keshav Badula. Just a quick thing. Yeah, because I do work around kind of compiling and like the different indicators that you could use to determine how healthy it is to the environment, agricultural operations and things. So more holistic. Sometimes, you get too bogged down in like science or something, just focusing on this, but there's different indicators, right? So even like, for example, like livestock or animal products and animals and things, like the amount of resources that it uses and the alfalfa, the water from here, like, so it's a complex thing that you got to consider a lot of different indicators, not just one thing, just holistically, just be aware of. And yeah, with efforts like collaborative efforts, then that could be more helpful if it has to be from the observation to become more aware of the very sick, because it's basically dependent on this very unsustainable energy, artificial at an industrial scale. The amount of energy density that's in oil, crude oil, diesel, things like that, it's very imbalanced with the natural world. And so, but it's good, like, the efforts and things is where you at, like, it's a lot of energy and things, but so just continue, but like the awareness, the holistic awareness with nature and what kind of balance that is, and the amount of time it takes, like for fossil fuel and oil to like, that energy is really dense. And so awareness is pretty important on that. And yeah, that's all I have now.
Well, thank you.
And I'm seeing no public comment online.
Very good. So thank you again, and much success with your grants and spreading the good word throughout California. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I have to say, Teresa has been very patient in waiting.
She's still there.
Apologize for, I know we're definitely over on time, but we are going to move to Teresa Siles with Neffer Smith and Tucker and Ag Vision. Teresa is the president of Neffer Smith and Tucker, where she oversees strategic planning, marketing communications, and public relations incentives for a range of clients with emphasis in food and agricultural sectors. So, Teresa, good to have you with us. Sorry it's a little later than planned.
That's okay. It was a great discussion. I'm glad I got to listen in, and excited to be here today and share with you a draft of the Ag Vision effort, which I know you all are familiar with. You all were engaged early on in the Ag Vision process. I had the opportunity to interview all of you. And so I hope that as we share the draft with you, that you will see your input reflected in it. And just as a reminder, what is Ag Vision? I know many of you are close to this process, but Just as a refresher, Ag Vision is designed to paint a picture of the future that we all would like to see for California agriculture over the next decade. It is designed to create a clear vision for the destination that we're working toward. It's what we aspire to become, what we want to create, and it should be a huge challenge requiring a lot of effort and a little bit of luck. And ultimately, there should also be a roadmap for how to get there, okay? And it's no secret that agriculture has its fair share of challenges. I'm sure many of you or all of you hear about those often. During the interview process, we heard that there was a sense that agriculture is facing a lot of threats. It was a theme that we heard over and over again. And this plan that I'm going to share with you today is about changing that. It is about ensuring that California agriculture can thrive well into the future. It's about demonstrating impact on climate change. It's about preserving natural resources and benefiting the environment. It's about building strong local communities and a thriving statewide economy. And it's about attracting future generations to agriculture and ultimately gaining support from urban and rural constituents. So at the end of the day, Ag Vision is really about creating opportunity. And as you will see, while the plan has a roadmap on how to achieve the vision, it is not something that can be achieved on its own, and certainly will be turning to all of you as members of the state board to help advance that vision. So with that as a setup, I will share my screen. Okay. I will just walk you through this. I'll pause at a few moments for discussion or questions. I know that it's late in the day. This is kind of the opening page for the report. As you can see, kind of highlights a vision that includes both urban and also rural imagery into the cover page. We have a little bit of a setup here from the secretary and the president of the state board, kind of outlining many of the things that I just shared with you, which is what the Ag Vision is all about and what we're trying to achieve. We have an overview of the planning process, which, as you know, has been robust. We had this Ag Vision task force. We did telephone interviews. We did virtual roundtable sessions. We did more interviews with different agencies, and ultimately all of that information was put forth to the Ag Vision task force that helped kind of lay the groundwork for this plan. The sidebar here kind of points out one of the earlier points that I made, which is this is a plan for working together, okay? So even though this plan outlines some things that CDFA will do, some things that the state board will do, it also offers direction to agricultural communities. But really at the end of the day, this is designed to be a catalyst for working together within various stakeholder groups. We also have a page here that talks about small scale and historically underserved producers. You may have heard me say before, there was great care taken to make sure that we are considering all different types of farmers and ranchers in development of this plan. We built the plan with the Farmer Equity Act as a foundation. We also worked closely with CDFA's Farm Equity Advisor, who lent her expertise into this plan, as well as held specific roundtables with historically underserved producers as well. Then we also have a page in here that is a recommitment to our purpose. So some of you may have been involved a few years back. We developed a purpose statement for California agriculture. Purpose is designed to articulate that end benefit of agriculture to people or society as a whole. This planning effort did not amend that purpose, but rather recommitted to it. So the purpose statement that was developed in 2017, making California a better place to live because of what we grow and how we grow it. Again, this is not new. This should be familiar to all of you. We have some explanation in terms of the richness of that statement and what goes into it. We also wanted to acknowledge that this plan is designed to focus on the areas where people thought that CDFA and the state board can make the biggest difference, but it does not address every issue that we heard about. So we wanted just to acknowledge some of the things that are on the minds of farmers and ranchers. You could see a list of those things here. No doubt there are others that can be added. But these were a few of the things that we heard throughout this process. We also know that water, of course, is a huge issue. It was something that came up in every single point of this planning process. And so again, we wanted to acknowledge that early on, that without water, nothing else is possible. So this statement kind of articulates some of the things that CDFA and the state board will be doing on water issues, things like collaborating, convening, and forming partnerships. And you can see some other specific examples listed here. And then we get into the vision and pathways to achieve it. So the vision, California agriculture is growing opportunity for farmers and ranchers, individuals and communities, and is demonstrating leadership on climate action. So you heard me say earlier, a vision is designed to paint a picture of what we'd like to achieve. And this is the vision statement that has been developed using all of those inputs, including the input that we heard from all of you. And then we asked ourselves, how do we achieve this vision? And in that process, developed 5 priorities, although you'll note that they are not numbered, and that is by design. When we reviewed the previous draft with the task force, one of the pieces of feedback that we got was to remove the numbers to showcase that all of these things are important and that there's not necessarily a hierarchy to what is listed here. That said, there are 5 focus areas to achieve the vision. The first one is fostering climate smart, resilient, and regenerative food systems. The second is building healthy local communities. Third is driving next generation talent and tools. Fourth is enhancing understanding of agriculture. And lastly, collaborating on smarter regulations. And again, they're all equally as important, but these are the 5 focus areas. So for each of these areas, we have a overview of the priority, and this structure that you can see here exists for all of the 5 priorities. So we outline where CDFA will focus. You'll note that for each of the priorities, there's anywhere from 3 to 5 bullets. So this is not designed to be an exhaustive laundry list of everything that the department will be doing, but rather the key areas of focus. Each section also has an area for support for agricultural communities. Again, this process is, or this plan is designed to be a catalyst for working together. So we have some ideas on how industry can help support the plan. And then each section also has a area where how we measure success. So for the first priority, there's the 3 areas: growing climate smart ag programs, establishing partnerships and metrics to create markets for ecosystem services, and identifying models to minimize waste, cycle nutrients, and repurpose crop and processing byproducts to beneficial uses. So those are the 3 key action areas for CDFA. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of the pieces that exist for agricultural communities, but know that there's, again, guidance offered there. And then how success will be measured in this area: increasing acres in which climate smart ag practices are utilized, and increasing state investments into climate smart ag, supporting new and existing programs that foster on-farm adaptation. Should I pause for questions or comments, or keep going all the way through?
I think keep going, Teresa.
Okay. All right. So then we have a note here. You've heard me say the word regenerative. I heard the discussion earlier also around the word regenerative. We know that that terminology is being used a lot. We also know that it is not clearly defined. So we have just a little bit of conceptual setup here for what that means. Really that bigger picture of moving beyond this philosophy of do no harm, but rather making things better. We acknowledge that there's no universal definition for regenerative agriculture. And we have some things that we believe are feeding into that, but again, I'm not necessarily outlining a definition here. You will, however, see that there is a project for the state board, which I know you have been involved in these discussions. So moving forward, CDFA and the state board will work to define what regenerative means and provide recommendations on how it can be measured. Okay, so by establishing this common language and definitions, that would be a huge benefit. And so that is also a product of the first priority. The next priority is all around building healthy local communities. You can see there are 5 key elements for CDFA. One is furthering farm to fork and farm to family initiatives. The second is advancing programs and initiatives that improve communities by promoting healthy food choices. The third is supporting the establishment of farm worker resource centers. Fourth is supporting efforts to modernize fairgrounds and develop community resilience centers. And then lastly, expanding partnerships with technical assistance providers and community-based organizations to provide resources to historically underserved farmers and ranchers. Again, I'm going to skip over the support from agricultural communities, how we'll measure success in this area, expansion of farmers markets, ag education, nutritional assistance, and industry-led partnerships, increasing access to resources and services, and increasing locally grown products and school meals. The next priority is driving next generation in talent and tools. There are 3 key action items here: supporting workforce development programs, including those at community colleges, also convening with UC, CSU, and community college representatives to develop a master plan for California agricultural science and research. So that master plan would help further particular emphasis areas that you could see listed there. And then lastly, serving as a catalyst for collaboration among industry to support the tools and talent that are needed to bring forth the vision that I've articulated. How we're going to measure success: expanded industry-led investment in these areas, increasing the number of young people who see agriculture as a career of choice, increased state investment in ag research and infrastructure, and expanded sufficient broadband access within rural communities. The next priority that we heard is enhanced understanding of agriculture. I know you all have heard this before. We heard many people talk about the need to communicate, engage, quote, tell our story, all of those different things. This plan kind of hones in on 4 key areas where CDFA can make the biggest difference. One of those is connecting the governor's office and other agencies to farmers and ranchers, so that they can help communicate on issues that are critical to farmers and ranchers in agriculture. So serving as that connector between food and agriculture and the governor's office and various agencies is one important role. There's also a action item to support California Grown, to increase engagement with urban and rural audiences about the value of California agriculture. I'll talk more about that in a minute. We also have in here expanding funding for ag education and ag literacy programs, specifically by expanding Cal Ag Plate grant program. And then lastly, support ag literacy within CDFA programs, including farm to school and specialty crop block grant programs. How we will measure success: raise at least $500,000 from California Grown signatories and other stakeholders, and $1 million annually in grant funding for 3 years for campaigns specific to the value of California agriculture. Obviously, we coordinated with California Grown in development of this metric. And so this would be an additional $1.5 million over 3 years, specifically to communicate on behalf of agriculture. And then the second measure of success here is increasing revenues generated by the Cal Ag Plate program. We have a little blurb here about California Grown and why it makes sense to serve as kind of that outreach partner to help create that connection between agriculture and various stakeholder groups. And then the last priority is smarter regulations. So 4 key action items here: mapping existing regulations and processes as part of a smarter agriculture regulatory framework initiative, which is essentially looking for areas where we can reduce burdens for farmers with an aim of identifying areas of excessive and/or redundant reporting, identifying strategies to reduce burdens while meeting obligations, supporting technical assistance programs for farmers and ranchers, and then lastly, collaborating, convening, and forming partnerships that will help address water-related concerns and opportunities. How we will measure success is establishing this framework that furthers collaboration by ag associations, state agencies, and stakeholders in easing regulatory compliance, ultimately reducing costs and meeting the needs of ag production in an environmentally sustainable way. Here's a couple examples of how smarter regulations are at work. And lastly, the document ends with a sort of thank you and call to action to everyone to work together to support this plan. Again, this is not a plan that is specifically for CDFA or for the state board or for farmers and ranchers, but is really designed to be a plan for everyone. And again, a catalyst for working together to achieve that vision, which is all around creating opportunity. So with that, I will scroll back up to kind of that plan on a page slide, because I think it's a good overview of Ag Vision, and would welcome any questions or comments.
Really a good presentation, Teresa. I know you're a little pressed for time there. So will there be any additional changes to the document before it goes, essentially goes out?
So we have already received feedback from everyone that's on the task force and made those changes to the document already. Considering the magnitude of this project, the feedback that we got was relatively small. So there were certainly some tweaks that made it better from the last time it was presented till today. I believe this is the final group to weigh in. So if there are any changes, it would be from you all before I believe it will be wrapped up and distributed. And I don't know, Josh, if you want to comment on kind of next steps.
Well, Teresa, thank you so much for that. And again, thank you for all your work on this. And all of our task force members and participants. One of the things I think there are, we do need to go through with some more kind of fine-tooth editing one more time to go through, and I know that we've lost quorum in the auditorium for approval, so I think what we'll do is definitely have this with the board for the period to kind of review that and then have it as an item for approval, formal approval at the next meeting.
Okay.
It's kind of my thoughts, and then we can work on if there's any minor edits that need to occur in the meantime as well.
And do we have a rollout plan? I'm sure that wasn't in the budget, was it?
It was. I can't see you all, so I don't know if you're looking at me or not.
I was actually looking at Josh. He's got the checkbook as far as I know.
Then we should all be looking at Josh.
That's definitely something Teresa and I will be discussing, and we can present at the board for the next meeting as well. And it's something we also would like to engage the committee on as well, in terms of the Ag Vision Committee that the board does have.
But I guess I'll throw something out to the state board, even though half of you are not here. It just seems that this has been a work in progress for a while because of COVID, and with the thought that we can actually meet again in person, is I think we should think about hosting our own version of a state summit to bring people together and make that part of our rollout plan, because I think it's a good time. There's a lot of change happening. There's a lot of transition happening. There's a lot of reasons to bring people together.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah, I love it.
And I think Josh
that
organizing that is a fabulous idea.
I'm sure I'll have some
Clear
help
your
for
schedules.
sure. Yes, clear schedules. No, but I think that's definitely something that we could work up and provide an overview for the board at the next meeting and kind of go from there. I think that's a great idea, and I'd be happy to engage on that.
Right, if we could maybe get it out to the board prior to the meeting, and if you have a somewhat final revision.
Yes, on
So
this.
and maybe we can vote on it at that time and run it by the stakeholders. I don't know. I know that's a lot to do in a short amount of time. I know you have a very full plate, Josh, and I appreciate you and Teresa, all the work that's gone into this, because I know it's been a long process, and to actually see this come together is fantastic. So really
Well,
do appreciate that.
Thank you, and thanks so much, John. Thanks again, Teresa. But I would definitely like to hear from Doria, Julia, Glenda. I mean, being newer members on the board in terms of some of the process. Are you guys comfortable in this direction? I know we've received some comments before from everyone. So I just want to make sure, are we on the right track? And
I love it. I love it. And it's really timely too, because this will be going out to my folks. We're nearing the end of our Vision 2025 for UCA&R that was created back in 2009. next spring, the last week of April, we're bringing all of A&R together down in Fresno, which I was planning to invite the board to join us. Just for fun, we're having walking dinners both nights with poster sessions, so you can hang out with cooperative extension people. But this fits nicely with what we'll be trying to do as we then kick off there, and for the following year work on Vision 2040 for UCA&R, because I definitely want them to be complementary.
Excellent. Well, I'd suggest that the board members take a good look at this, and we'll have, if you need to add additional comments or input, contact Josh. Sorry, Josh. Public comment? Go ahead, Roger.
Yes, let me do an announcement online.
Yep.
Get them queued up and we'll do Roger.
You definitely do. Yes, Roger. Thank you.
Public comment. So, after today's session, I had a thought in my head that I don't know if this fits in. I don't know if this fits in Ag Vision or if it's just something to think about for the future. But it occurred to me that if we're getting these really intense reports about what's happening with climate change, and that the physical landscape may be changing over the next 10 years. And I wonder if there isn't room in our Ag Vision for some pre-planning around that, like some scenario modeling to be more proactive. I think that I brought up, or someone brought up before, also just looking forward into kind of varieties, seeds, other things that could be resilient, responsive to what we're seeing in terms of increased temperatures. And I didn't see that specifically in the sections. I see more, some of the things that we're hearing about today, which is great. But I also feel like I wonder if we shouldn't also go ahead and see the idea about kind of really pre-planning for extreme scenarios, because it just seems like we're going to be facing those things. And if we don't start that conversation now, we're going to be really behind for the next Ag Vision.
I think that's a great suggestion, and I do see that fitting in. If we're going to exert climate leadership, it has to start with looking ahead and being prepared for that as much as possible. But I also see it aligning very nicely with this master plan on agricultural science and research, so that we can identify gaps, and that, like, if this scenario number 1 versus scenario number 3, what do we have the tools? Do we have what we really need? So I'm excited about doing some projects like that, and understanding what kinds of resources we would need to be able to do that. But I think it's really, really important. The other thing, we met last week with the Ag Minister from the Western Cape, and he wanted to know if we would be interested, and it's like, yes, I wish I'd thought of that. But he would really like to see the Mediterranean-based climates, because there's so few of us in the world, and we have such an important contribution to nutrition of coming together. And I suggested to him that maybe we look at COP as one way of bringing together some of those governments, if not all of them that are represented, because I think that would be another way of taking our resources and being more collective about how we dedicate them to this kind of scenario planning.
Just to make it clear, though, that, like, I'm going to put it out there because I'm new to Ag Vision, but I wonder if it would be a powerful thing to at least refer to it under the climate section. So
under
that
that
it's like
climate section.
A little handhold to be able to pull.
Make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Exactly.
Okay, got that. Thanks.
Thanks, Doria.
Yeah, to Doria's point, I do think that this is really well put together. And I want to digest it a little bit more. So I like Josh's idea to come back with feedback for the next board meeting. But to Doria's point, there are different climate scenarios, mapping, and scientific analysis groups that aggregate science, and then they basically do that mapping over land from different factors like heat, drought, hydrology, all sorts of climate factors over the course of like 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. I know of one in particular, Jupiter Analytics, that does that. we have a lot of insurance company clients and actually fossil fuel company clients that are doing mapping. But I wonder if we could do some of that for the state of California, mapping out land based on different factors. They usually do two. They do one scenario that's based on staying below 1.5 degrees Celsius and one where we exceed it, so that we have both of those scenarios to plan for.
Good input. So Josh, you'll at least see if we can put something.
Get the queue started on our end.
Yep.
So if you'd like to make public comment on this agenda item, please use your hand icon and I will unmute your line. And then, do we have public comment on this agenda item in the audience? Yes.
On this agenda?
On this agenda item.
On this item?
Perfect. So if you would like, yes. If you
Okay,
would,
go ahead and make a comment.
Yeah, just a quick comment. This reminds me of Valley Vision. Have you heard of? Yes, no? Yes. You haven't heard? Yeah, Valley Vision. I think they're maybe like in YOLO more. There was like a YOLO food hub, but it's a similar, even with that presentation, like they had a similar kind of a thing like that you might want to look into.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really enjoyed
Sorry,
today.
Roger, this is not on the agenda.
Oh, okay, this is next.
Item, right?
Right.
Okay. We have any other, hang on. We're good, go ahead.
Okay, all right. I
You
learned a
get your-
lot today.
you
I'm
get
glad I
your
was here.
exercise.
The last subject got me thinking again about my question coming up, Karen, because we were talking about the image of California agriculture, and we got a lot to be proud of what we do here now, but I have a feeling we're going to be the butt of jokes again next week from the oral arguments on Prop 12 are a week from today. And so I would be very surprised if we don't see that it's mentioned in some of the talk shows and so forth, maybe kind of making light of it in a way, but I think there's going to be a lot more attention to it than we might normally think. And I just wondered, since the regulations I've read, you've got them all ready to go, and you're pretty comprehensive.
They're in effect. They're in effect. They've been authorized.
So that's my question. So the Supreme Court will hear the case. They'll have the oral arguments, which we can all listen to now, on next Tuesday. So until then, they're not going to make a decision until this next spring. So will you be enforcing, as far as the imported product is concerned, assuming that it's going to be
This
law?
is a very complicated answer, and there's lots of legal things that I can or cannot say, but the fact is this proposition took effect on January 1st. It is not enforced by us. We provide the information on how to comply and the third-party certification that will show the traceability of the product, because it's enforced at the point of sale to the consumer by district attorneys.
So you won't have to be hiring anybody to do. You won't have to be hiring anybody to.
We have staff that has put together the regulations, that has traveled the country extensively, and that has been called upon to come to different production facilities to see if they would be in compliance with what is in paper. And we are now drafting the whole certification. We will certify the certifiers, set up the registration process, and those types of things.
So from the state standpoint, things are moving forward regardless
Absolutely,
of.
because any product that's produced here, regardless of, well, I can't speak to
Okay.
that.
I hear a lot of
I'm sorry
people.
to hear that you think we'll be the butt of jokes, because this reflects a very strong value on the part of California consumers when they voted for this by 63%, with
I
full
know.
knowledge of what the cost
Well, I'm not a part of that.
Okay.
I'm just telling you, I hear from people all over the country, and they think, oh, there goes California again. And, that's not a new thing for us to deal with. That I just wondered, because I think it'd be a big day in some respects, those oral arguments.
Yes.
Thank you, Roger. All right. Do we have anything else, Josh?
Is there any public comment on agenda items not on the agenda? If you'd like to use your hand icon, I could unmute your line. Public comment for items not on the agenda. Seeing no questions.
All right. I'd like to thank everyone for staying with us today. It's been a long day, but fantastic discussion. So have a safe ride home, and we'll see you next month. And we are officially adjourned.
Thanks, everyone.
Record.